Hello everyone and welcome back to the stream. I hope you guys are doing well and having a wonderful week. Welcome in, Pyramus. I don't know what you mean by non-tomato based ketchup. Is that actually a thing? I feel like if that's actually a thing, I need to find it because I fucking hate tomatoes. Um Sorry. I had a lot of aggression in that. I ate something with tomatoes in it recently, and it was like raw tomatoes. So I got to reconfirm what I've known my whole life, which is that I hate tomatoes. Sometimes it's nice to like eat something again just to make sure I still don't like it. Welcome in. I hope it will be. Don't steal my idea. Pyramus, get on that. Get on that now. Zenith, welcome in. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Also, Pyramus, congratulations on redeeming first. I don't think I said that. But anyway, I hope you guys are doing well. Tonight, we are picking up where we left off with Our Life, Beginning and Always. Nico, welcome in. How are you? I hope you're doing well. We'll be getting back to the Cove Dating Simulator. Last time, we made it into young adulthood. And I think we have one more, like, moment left in that before we can move on to, like, I forget what it's called after, but, like, the adulthood that's not fresh out of high school, basically, is what's after. Um, when I decided to stream this game, I didn't realize it would take us over a month to play it. Let me just get that out there right here, right now. I didn't realize it was gonna take us this long to play it. Um, but I'm having a good time, and I hope you guys are not sick of it yet. J-Train, welcome in. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Also, welcome in, Barmy. We are out of high school, yes. So we're finishing up the young adult stage, which is like 18 years old, freshly graduated high school, like the summer after high school. I hear young adult and think college. Barmy, I never know what people are talking about when they say young adult, because when I hear young adult, I think like young adult fiction, which is like 14 to 17, like books written for teenagers, but decidedly not middle schoolers. That's what I hear when I hear young adult. So I don't fucking know what anything means. Hello Mel, how are things? Things are going very well, thank you for asking. Has it been over a month on this game? I don't know if it's been over a month yet, but I know there's another stage after this, so by the time we finish it, it will have been over a month. Playing Baldur's Gate 3 and currently trying to kill Cazador? Good luck. Good luck. I feel like every time I play Baldur's Gate, it gets worse and worse and worse when it comes to fighting Cazador. My experiences just become worse. No poison choke to this blood-starved beast. Yay me! Oh, sick! I love not being poisoned. How are you doing? I'm doing well, Zenith. Thank you for asking. Beat his ass? Yeah, I hope you get to beat Cazador's ass. I hate Cazador. Anyway. I'm turning the music of the game on, but I know I haven't put the game on stream yet. Don't worry. All of my guys in my parties, I'm kicking his ass so far. Oh, you're playing with the no party limit? I cannot wait to roll up on Cazador with like 60 fucking people ready to beat his ass. Blood of Lathander and Reverb. Blood of Lathander really does put in the work. Shadowheart always has Blood of Lathander in my game. No party limit mod. I love that mod. I am nothing without the no party limit. No party limit plus polyamory. That's it. Peak game. I don't need any more gaming. Now all I need is for those exact same mods, which I'm sure already exist, for Dragon Age 2. I started another Dragon Age 2 game last night. I was sitting here crocheting my little crochet, and I said, you know what'd be nice right now? You know what would fucking hit? Playing an Anders Kisser Dragon Age 2 run through. And so I did that. I booted it up. I said, let me make an absolute baddie that's like giving kind of like Moon. And then I just made Wesley again because apparently those are the only settings that I like. All the other settings are chopped. So, and I'm probably gonna make a lot of the same decisions, so we're just like doing it again for the hell of it. Last Cazador fight was Honor Rules Custom Mode and just pain. That sounds like misery. That sounds horrible. 6 party members, but also boosted health. Oof. Good luck. Okay. Cazador fight, because I also like take Astarion with me so he can have his moment. He gets all of the spawn, so then he's able to kill my ass within the first turn of the first game, because I also am not running an alert. That's a me issue. I always have the worst time with him. Last time I played Baldur's Gate 3 was enhanced enemies and still killed Cazador in 1 turn with 1 character. What the fuck kind of builds? I'm sorry, I'm yelling. I just realized I was peeking my mic. What the fuck kind of builds are y'all running with? Suddenly I think Bard is not the damage dealer I want it to be. Not gonna lie, I feel like every Baldur's Gate 3 class should get extra attack without a mod, but that's just me. It would be fun. It would be nice. Gloomstalker's just broken. You're right. And my Gloomstalker build, my Gloomstalker assassin, unfortunately becomes a part of the ritual. So, taking Cazador out in 1 turn is not an option for me. Gonna roll up to Cazador with my rivals gang. Astarion belongs to... Wait, who's this? Us against the world. Not Cloak and Dagger coming to help Astarion out of his cycle of abuse. That's just the Dragon Age experience. I'm so glad to be having this Dragon Age experience. So it's doing the same thing that Baldur's Gate 3 was for me, where it was like a very slow onset to the becoming absolutely insane about it. Also, the JVIC brainworms in my brain have subsided just enough for me to become very normal about Dragon Age 2. I don't know why that's the, like, I've liked all of them so far. I don't know why 2 is the one that is, like, wormed its way into, like, the folds of my brain and decided to just, like, make a home there. I don't know what it is about Dragon Age 2 specifically that's like, yeah, no, this is, like, the best thing you've ever seen in your life. Peak gaming. That, like, there's no other experience to be had. I had no wizard and thus no counterspell. Genuinely harder game without counterspell. No, counterspell's good. Counterspell is very good. If you don't have the damage, then take Leon off the census to stop the ritual. You are so right. You are so right, Barmy. Wait, we could take out Pale Petrus. What's that his name? The fuck-ass guy that was like, it was him and the girl that you could find in the flop house. Pasty Boy Petrus. I'll take that one out. I don't have beef with Leon. If I really wanted to end it quickly, I'd just throw a massive fireball and scream maximum pulse, killing everyone. I've had fights like that in Baldur's Gate 3. That's the kind of energy I'm taking to the Sharon Temple in Act 3. It's because Dragon Age 2 is the Dragon Ageiest of the Dragon Age games. And it fucking hits. It fucking hits. I love my silly little slice of life. Slice of life around Kirkwall game. It's Petrus. Fuck Petrus. Nobody else gets to bully Astarion but me. And I guess my closest friends, because I like my friends, and a lot of my friends like to bully Astarion. Petrus is not one of my friends, though. Anyway. Y'all want to get back to this game? Now that we've yapped a little bit. Our last moment is Drive. I guess we're going on a road trip again. My Gooner friend is up. I'll see y'all later for more Rivals references on Baldur's Gate 3. Have fun hanging with your Gooner friends, Zenith. Okay. Like a late... Can I tell you guys? my cat my cat sometimes likes to lay in places where nobody can reach him, because I'll be honest, I do like to go just randomly find my cat and pester him, give him a nice pet, call him names, and then like walk away and get back to my daily life. He has spent all day under my grandma's bed, like in a spot where you can't even like poke him, just like a lazy cat in this game. Anyway, like a lazy cat, you stretched your arms above your head and yawned, blinking your eyes sleepily. The day was warm and pleasant, and you were lounging on the couch in the living room, finding it difficult to do much in that moment. Your moms and Liz had gone out shopping, looking for some new items for your sister to take back and decorate her college dorm with. Not Liz getting in, like, the decorating era. That's so fun. I did not move out to go to college, but the idea of having to, like, decorate a new space every single year, terrifying. Not terrifying, that's the wrong word. That sounds awful. That sounds awful. I don't know, maybe it's just me. Maybe I want more permanence than just living in one place for a year. Is this not great? I know that Luna Snow's skin put Gunith into a coma. Okay. I say this with all of the love and respect in the world. I really do. Listening to you guys talk about the Marvel Rivals skin is like confirming to me that I am still asexual. And I mean that with all the love and respect in the world. Just a nice little dose of validation of, yeah, I don't, I get it, but I don't get it kind of vibe. But I'm glad you guys are having fun. They had asked if you wanted to go with them, but you declined. For you, today was all about relaxation. Cove had dropped by to spend some time with you, content to join in with doing nothing. Oh, we are so, like, I know that's where this relationship goes, especially if you buy the DLC, but we are so married already. It's because her feet are out! Okay. That's fine. I feel like a lot of fetishes, I can sit here and be like, okay, yeah, I see why somebody would be into that. But when it comes to feet, I think I have to acknowledge that I find feet a little weird. Not having a foot fetish, but just like feet in general are a little weird. I think they might be a tad gross. Maybe that's like an issue I need to overcome. I see a character with their feet out, and I'm like, ew, put those grippers away. Those dogs are barking. They need to be under control. As soon as he said feet, I got hit by a minute of ads. Not Twitch saying, Pyramus, you are not allowed for the anti-feet propaganda. Let me know when you get back from ads, Pyramus. I don't know if you're hearing me. Okay. What are we doing with Cove? Two of you have been chatting idly as you lazed around, talking about the other things you had planned for the summer. Okay. He sat on one couch while you sat on your own. It's too hot to be romantic. Get on the other couch. Stretched out across him as he sat on the couch. Sure. I'm assuming you're back. I don't know if you actually missed anything. It was just anti-feet propaganda. I think feet are gross. And it took foot fetishes being a very common joke on the internet for me to realize that. You had your feet propped up on one of the armrests and used Cove as a comfy cushion beneath your head, totally settled in. My sister will use the family dog as a comfy cushion for her head sometimes. Like, my family's dog is a husky. I think a lot of you guys have seen him on streams or, like, in pictures. He's big. And he'll be laid out on the floor sometimes. My sister will just, like, flop down and lay her head on the dog's stomach, and the dog just sits there, like, just putting up with it. It's very funny. Also very, like, cat-esque of our dog. Cove gently wound his fingers through your hair as you rested on his legs, equally at ease. The day dragged on, and you found yourself yawning more and more often between conversations. Oh, it is nap time. You had almost dozed off completely when suddenly a buzz rang out, disturbing the silence. Don't play any FromSoft games, nothing egregious, but the dogs are out. Not the content warning for feet in FromSoft games. They don't actually bother me all that much, but it's just like, ew, why would you have a fetish for feet? And then I had to reflect that maybe I think feet are kind of gross. And that's a me problem. And not a rest of the world problem. But that is really funny, Barbie. Thanks for the heads up. Your phone was on its charger in the kitchen, so it couldn't have been that. Cove pulled his own phone from his back pocket and checked the screen. His movement had jostled you, so you tried to readjust your position to get it right again.
Oh.
It's his mom! I love his mom. After leaning forward and setting the phone on the coffee table in front of him, Cove hit the speaker button. Hey, what's up? Mel is here too.
Hi.
Hi, Cove. Hello, Mel. She's so pretty. Kyra! Cove, baby, I wanted to ask you if you have a plan for all of your junk. Cove made a small, outraged grumble, giving you a sidelong glance. Oh, did he just leave all of his stuff at her house? That's not junk, it's important. Though you couldn't see it, you could tell by the sound of her voice that Kyra was smiling.
Aha.
But is that a yes or a no about the plan? He looked over at you, his mouth pulled into a tight smile. I'm still thinking about it. Mel? I'm gonna take the phone off speaker so me and Mom can go over this. It'll be quick. Cove carefully moved you off of him and took the phone from the table before pushing himself to his feet. He hit the speaker button again to turn it off and continued the conversation with his mom as he headed towards the door. The lock clicked behind him as he exited the house, and he sank back onto the cushions, idly trying to decide what to do next. After electing to grab your own phone from its charger, you resumed your position on the couch, tapping away at the screen. So I'm scrolling through TikTok, and when Cove comes back, I'm going to show him the most horrendous For You page pull. What is their hair color? Kyra, Cove's mom, has, like, neon green hair, and given Cove's hair color, I fear it might be natural. I fear it might be natural. Don't think about it too hard. But we know Cove's hair is like, well, I'm assuming Cove's hair is natural because it's been the same color as long as we've known him. Now, he could just be committed to the dye game, and I respect that. But I don't think that is the case. Your mind drifted away from thoughts of Cove and his phone call with all the many ways your device could distract you. It was an effective enough way to kill the time, and you had managed to do various little things when the door opened again and Cove returned. He gave you a smile as he approached, so you figured the conversation couldn't have gone too bad. You watched as Cove strolled over to where you were still sitting. He crossed his arms against the top corner of the couch, resting on them while bending forward to lightly kiss the top of your head. They're so fucking domestic. Colors are hard. Yeah, I don't know if you guys have ever, like, kept up with, like, a fun color in your hair. As far as I know, and as far as what I'm pretty sure you can buy, any color like blues or greens or any of that kind of stuff only comes in semi-permanent. That shit washes out so fast. Washes out so fast. It can kind of be a pain to keep up with, especially if you're the kind of person that needs to wash their hair frequently and also would rather dye than take a cold shower. There is a reason I have not dyed my hair green and or blue again, despite really, really wanting to. It looks sick as hell. Unfortunately, I don't want to keep up with all that right now. If Cove is committed to the dye game, I'm very impressed. He does a very good job. It's like a fresh dye every single day.
Hey.
Alright, we see that he's back. I don't think I'm built for romantic relationships. I guess we can gaze up at him fondly. What else you gotta say? Is everything okay? Everything's fine, just... He turned his head suddenly, running a hand through his hair and letting out an exasperated breath. He seemed nervous, but you couldn't imagine why. Okay. Get neon green waves. I believe in you. So, fortunately, Pyramus, I have been told... My hair gets very greasy very quickly. I have to wash it like every single day. Otherwise, it's a sensory nightmare. But I have been told if I were to bleach my hair, it would tone down some of the oiliness. So maybe we could do neon green. So in like January of 2020, I had dyed my hair blue, but I didn't bleach it beforehand. It was like blue on top of what's already here. So it came out maybe a little bit more of like a dark teal. And I loved it. I loved it. It was so fucking pretty. I would do that again. The like inner middle schooler in me though also thinks that hot pink would be fucking fire because I've wanted pink hair since I was like 11 and it's never been able to be done. Dumb question, what's with your Ireland bracelet? So I got an even dumber question. Which bracelet are you referring to as the Ireland one? Is it the big one? I don't wear this one as much on stream. The others I wear more often. I had a cuff that was blue and purple like this, and my right hand, I think it's this one. I had a cuff that was blue and purple, and then I made a orange and green one. I didn't realize it was Ireland. But now that you mention it, Barmy, I was not thinking about that, but that's... It was just a spring vibe. That's the Ireland flag straight up. That's so fucking funny. That was completely by accident. Wait, isn't Hosier Irish, like from Ireland? I might have been possessed. Because I know I made this in an era of my life where I was listening to Hosier a lot more often. I might have been possessed. But I just thought the colors were pretty. That's all it was. That's really fucking funny though. And I've just straight up made the Ireland flag. I will say though, the beads in the middle are yellow. They're not white. So it's like green, yellow, and orange. But it's like a really pale yellow and it looks white. And in my Arrow Ace flag, I used the exact same yellow beads in place of white because I didn't have any white beads when I made it. So, that's really silly though. I guess I just want the Irish to know that I can be a safe space for them.
Fine.
Not anything to worry about. You say that, but then you look like that, so... You raised an eyebrow at his tone, moving your head to the side to try and meet his eye. That doesn't explain what's going on. He shrugged and gave you a tight smile, trying to play whatever it actually was off as unimportant. There's nothing going on, just stuff I can deal with later, some other time. Well, Cove, I don't think that's how that works. He was transparently avoiding the truth, and you stared back at him seriously, an indication that you weren't going to ignore what he was doing. Eventually, he broke beneath your stare, hanging his head in his hands and groaning. I need to make another trip to my mom's place. There's some stuff out there that I'm gonna use, so I'll have to go pick it up. It wouldn't make sense to ship it, and I couldn't bring the stuff back with me last time since I flew. Oh, so are we gonna go with him? I want to see his mom. It's been so long since I've seen her. Cove, you had to learn basic communication, my guy. Listen, I get it. Communicating is hard. But also, you are the worst fucking liar on the planet. Suddenly you understood what the phone conversation had been about. Cove was going to drive to his mom's house in Nevada. When will you go? Mom thinks it would be best to do it now while I'm still kind of free, but... Cove pouted, giving you an unhappy look, and you could see the prospect was already taking a toll on him. I don't want to. I was just there, and for even longer than usual. Hannah, welcome in! How are you? I hope you're doing well. Hannah. I made a joke earlier about... So, Cove walked off to go... Cove walked off to, like, talk on the phone to his mom, and then our character was, like, scrolling on their phone, and I made a joke about showing him, when he got back, the most horrendous TikTok for you page pull. I literally did that to Hannah. Not, like, in person, but I was scrolling on TikTok, I guess it was yesterday. I had the crazy... I'll tell you guys about it, but I had the craziest fucking video pop up on my feed. Our DMs are rancid. They are. So... Do you guys know My Hero Academia? It was a My Hero Academia thing. It's so fucking stupid. But somebody had painted with what looked like acrylic fucking paint. They had painted their feet to look like Deku and Bakugo. And it was some, like, fuck-ass song parody replacing, like, lyrics with the character names. It was... I literally sat there and I was like, what the fuck is this? Sending it to Hannah immediately. Because Hannah knows My Hero Academia. Anyway. That's what we showed Cove. That's canonically what we showed Cove. Like, we're sitting there while we're having this conversation with that fuck-ass TikTok playing. Alright. Why do I have to leave right now? When it's our last summer like this? You thought it was cute he wanted to stay. Yeah. Sure. It showed how much he appreciated being there and spending time with you. Looking up again, you met his bright aquamarine eyes, finding a sad smile tugging on his lips.
Oh.
Suddenly, his eyebrows jumped and his eyes lit up like a lamp. You could come with me. That's what I'm like, out of all of us, I say all of us like there's more than 2 people involved in our relationship with Cove. Out of all of us, we're the one that's unemployed. It would be way easier for us to go with him. What? You should come with me. I mean, I get that the 2 of us live next door to each other and my mom lives in another state. My trips are usually to spend time with her, just the 2 of us. But this time it won't be like that. All I'm gonna do is drive over, stay for a night, and then pack up the car in the morning and turn around again. That's... Actually... Hang on. I guess it would depend on where she lives in Nevada. I had to think about geography for a second. That's still fucking crazy, because he's acting like it's a big trip. Most of the time will be spent in the car, so it'd be good to have another person there. Plus, you'd have the chance to see my mom again, and her place. Maybe we could even find something cool to break out on the way. That's some you type shit. The driving, staying there for one night and coming back? Hannah, you wound me. That's something my grandpa would do, and if I turn into that, if I become the kind of person that drives 6 hours to spend an hour on the beach and then turn around and come back, just take me out back and shoot me, because that's psychotic. That is psychotic behavior. When have I ever? What have I done to make you think that is some me type shit? You couldn't stop yourself from laughing at his enthusiasm. He blushed a little, reining himself in.
Please?
I just... feel like it could be fun. Please, could you think about it? I want to go. A road trip sounds fun. That's what I'm saying. I miss his mom. That's one of my Mel headcanons. Not you having headcanons about me. That's crazy. Maybe that's why that astrology app we all used to use a lot would sometimes tell me, hey, don't forget that you're human. I figured out what I meant by that. Just like you're 6'2". Okay. Love that. File it away in your headcanons. And everyone knows Hannah's a reliable source, so if it's a Hannah headcanon, it's gotta be true. I'll have to let my moms know, but as long as we've got nothing else important on the days we pick, then there's no reason I wouldn't be able to go. Damn, that's crazy. Because if that were me, at 18, my mom would say, no. She would say, that's not safe. Actually, I don't know. I think it would depend on the guy. If it was a guy like Cove, maybe she'd be chill with it. He grinned from ear to ear, thrilled by the news. He put both his hands on your cheeks, kissing your face all over. That's a lot. Then he wrapped his arms around your neck, letting out a happy sigh.
I'm so glad.
This is so great. I'll call my mom back and let her know right now. You spent some time together going over your schedules and making plans for when you could take the trip. You needed to fit it in around Cove's work schedule, which he brought up on his phone to double check. Luckily, it was only a 2-day trip, so finding a couple free days in a row wasn't impossible. Gay? Homies, is it gay to take your partner by the face and then kiss them all over? I need you to know. You know, it's funny, because I said earlier in the stream that the JVIC worms had Society of just enough to have Dragon Age worms, but I wasn't thinking about a Dragon Age character when I said that. I was, in fact, thinking about Jason Victor. JVIC type shit, exactly. That's some JVIC type shit. Victor would just exist, and Jace is, like, grabbing him by the face and kissing him everywhere because he loves him so much. Anyway. We can't say gay around here without getting censored. Can't have shit in Detroit. Damn. That's crazy. Because aren't they gay in Detroit Become Human? I've never played that game. My only exposure to that game is like crumbs of fandom that I've seen on Tumblr and through cosplayers that I'm friends with. That could be a completely heterosexual game. But my experiences with that game are not heterosexual in the slightest. Anyway. It wasn't long before the dates were finally set and all the plans were made. I am excited for the trip. Yup. A short trip sounded like the perfect way to spend some time. You could listen to music, eat snacks, and enjoy the open road, and we will. What year is this? I think we determined that the start of the game, which was like 10 years prior to the point we're at now, was in like the late 90s, or I think that's what you guys decided. And by you guys, I mean all of us. Never mind. Welcome to Night Vale I don't think would exist yet, canonically. Let alone the Magnus Archives. Definitely is not existing. So I don't know what we're listening to on our big trip. No matter what you thought about things, the morning when you were due to leave arrived. Why do we keep leaving so fucking early? It was cooler than usual, the sun barely peeking over the tops of the houses. You stood outside your house on the footpath near the road, waiting for Cove. You yawned loudly, covering your mouth with the back of your hand. Mornings were always a struggle. Yeah. Unless it's different. The sun's not up yet. It is summer. It's gotta be like fucking 4 a.m. With your travel bag clutched in one hand, you watched as Cove finished packing up his car. Sorry. He had organized all sorts of things. Water bottles, snacks, and who knows what else. How's he gonna fit the stuff he's gotta bring back in there? Cove insisted he had everything under control and didn't need help. At least you could rest easy knowing that it was all taken care of. As you waited, you glanced over Cove's car. You knew it well. It used to belong to Mr. Holden, and when Cove had learned to drive, it passed to him. His dad had taken the opportunity to get a newer one. It was pretty old at this point, but had served. Fuck. Okay. But hang on. Had served both of them well so far. You just hoped it had enough life left in it to survive a trip as long as the one you were embarking on. The slam of a door closing made you jump. You snapped back to focus and saw Cove was walking towards you. He dusted his hands off on his pants and tilted his head towards the car. That's it. Ready to go? Yeah, I'm ready. He smiled and stepped aside, giving you space to situate your own bag where you wanted it. Once everything was safely inside, he glanced back at you.
All right.
We should get started. It's gonna be a ways to go. We'll give him a high five. Why not? He returned it happily, chuckling at your enthusiasm. The two of you climbed into the car and buckled up. Cove in the driver's seat and you sitting shotgun. His eyes moved to you.
Thank you.
Thanks again for coming on this trip with me. Of course, it's no problem. After checking in the mirrors and starting the engine, you pulled out of the driveway and the trip began. With a small sigh, you got cozy in your seat and watched the familiar houses in your neighborhood pass by. Cove reached over to turn on the radio. A crackle of static mixed with the odd snippets of songs filled the car as he flipped through the stations. Mr. Holden's car was in good condition, but it was, well, older. There was no way to plug in a phone and play music, so the radio had to do. These guys don't know about the just playing it on your phone anyway, and then putting the phone in the cup holder and using the cup holder as a way to, like, amplify the sound. Because I would rather it sound shitty and have full control over what I'm listening to. Maybe that's a flaw. Eventually, he settled on a classic rock station before sitting back and resting both hands on the wheel. Not the dad rock. That's crazy. Is this okay? Yeah, it works. He smiled, happy with the answer. Time flew by, and with it, the scenery outside your window become more and more unfamiliar. Run into this situation, wireless earbud and phone in cup holder. That would work too. Kay, welcome in. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Cove does look like he would listen to dad rock. That does make sense. And Cove's dad also is giving, like, dad rock enjoyer. That makes a lot of sense. I just wasn't expecting it. Kind of a fan of dad rock myself. I don't dislike dad rock. There were a couple of songs that my dad would play that I fucked heavy with, not gonna lie. I respect it. Dad rock slaps sometimes. It absolutely does. Also, there's the fun thing of a lot of the music that I like was inspired by a lot of the music my dad liked, kind of vibe, you know? So, it's kind of funny, because I would be listening to things and my dad's like, this kind of sounds like it was inspired by this other band that I like. And I'm like, that's great. That's great. Another Mel headcanon? What do you mean? What are we headcanoning now? Dad rock isn't offensive to listen to, so dad's alright. Yeah, although, okay. I wonder what my nephew, who's 7 right now, I wonder what he's going to consider dad rock when he's older. Because I don't know. I feel like there could be dad rock lover. I'm not mad about it. That actually makes sense. There are some wild dad rock songs. So there absolutely are. And then especially once you consider that people who were into like the 2000s Warped Tour era kind of vibe, that could be dad rock depending on how young the people you're talking to are. And we know a lot of those bands are predators. We know that. I think I think we probably also know that about a lot of the like actual like classic dad rock bands as well, but I'm not as well versed in those bands. So who knows? I'm sure someone does. Just killed Cazador, Astarion stabbed him 37,000 times. Beautiful. That's so beautiful. I'm so happy for you. That's great. That's what Cazador deserves. It's what Astarion has earned. Love that for them. Neither of you spoke for a good long while, but the quiet was comfortable. You had become all too used to each other's company over the years. This is kind of giving when I went with my friends to Disney and they picked me up from my parents' house at 5:45 in the fucking morning. And I got in their car and then went back to sleep. That's what we're doing right now. We're over there in the passenger seat, just like snoozing. That's it. That's what we're doing. Sorry, Cove. You're gonna have to wait for the sun to come up more. Eventually, Cove broke the silence, clearing his throat softly before he spoke. It's been too long since you and I have spent time with my mom. I know she still comes to the neighborhood sometimes, but it's not even once a year. I'm always going to hers. I'm happy the two of us are doing this. Yeah, me too. Your elbow resting on the windowsill, your How is this? Okay. Your elbow resting on the windowsill, you gazed out at the world that was slowly coming to life as the morning rolled on by. The sun climbed higher in the sky. Luckily, the sunbeams weren't going right in your eyes. Hey, do you mind reaching back for me? Cove gave you a sidelong glance as he drove, indicating with a nod of his head and a tiny smile. Gay? Yeah. Probably hurt his feelings. Think it hurt his spleen. It'll grow back. He'll be good. I think Cazador can just get over it. Stabbed 37 times? Oh, boo-hoo. You'll be fine. Walk it off. You know, I've spent too long running to Astarion's defense, being mad at Cazador for Astarion, that I've been missing out on what could be a beautiful lifelong tradition of bullying the fuck out of Cazador. Just absolutely mercilessly bullying that man. We didn't kill him with the stake so bro could return. Y'all were like plotting and scheming. You were like, yeah, we're gonna like kill him and then he's gonna come back so we can kill him again. Or whatever your reasoning was. Anyway. I want some chips. The salt and vinegar. Salt and vinegar? Sure. You know what? That's fine. I don't have to eat them. He just walked it off. Love that. Love that. You know, that's kind of the funny thing about vampires is in most vampire media, they can heal pretty well, like pretty quickly. Like they literally could just walk off being stabbed 37,000 times. Don't diss salt and vinegar. I'm sorry, I think salt and vinegar is gross. I think it's gross. Like the first couple of chips, okay. I'm enjoying the salt. Don't particularly vibe with the vinegar, but that's okay. But then by like the fourth chip, I can't fucking do it. I cannot eat anymore. Mel, no. Not you both being salt and vinegar enjoyers. Look, I'm sorry. I think vinegar is fucking disgusting. That's the thing that's getting you to call me a freak, Hannah? That's the thing? Okay. Decided to bring Cazador's corpse with me so he won't come back. That's my emotional support punching bag of the dead vampire that used to abuse my wife. Hop off literal acid. Salt and vinegar chips are good. My headcanon is you like them. Not the headcanon that I like salt and vinegar chips. Salt and vinegar is good when you don't think about them. into munching is crazy, Hannah. Just shove this whole entire ass corpse into my pocket. I love that for you, J-Train. Me, when I played Dark Urge, betrayed the Grove, and then took Roland home. Do you like bruschetta? Let me look up what that is. Let me look up what that is real quick. Because I don't think I know what that is. Toasted bread with I don't think I've ever had that before, but like it could be good. Toasted bread with look at that shit. That looks pretty good. I've never had that before. It's caca. Oh, Hannah's not a fan of bruschetta. Me with the one black hand of Bane. It's basically salt and... Is it? Is that... That's surprising, because I would not have guessed that based on the picture I just saw. Poo-poo doo-doo nasty. Rest in peace. Welcome back, Zenith. She's lying. No, okay. Well, I don't know what you're talking about. It's covered in balsamic vinegar? Oh, okay, yeah, that could, basically salt and vinegar. I see why you say that now. I don't know how you can eat that. Yep, well, we're gonna roast him for it. Sorry. Which is okay, Hannah, how can you like salt and vinegar chips, but you don't like the salt and vinegar chips in a different form? He huffed impatiently, keeping his eyes on the road. I like them and want to eat them. You shouldn't have a problem with letting me since you don't even like it. Okay. It's different. That's what I'm saying. Hannah doesn't like tomato. Oh, that's fair. I also do not like tomatoes. So, if y'all are putting like raw, like tomatoes on that thing, I understand. Hannah, I get you. Stretching out the seatbelt to give yourself space, you twisted in your spot and reached into the bag holding the snacks. It took a bit of effort to sort through the collection of goodies stuffed inside, but eventually the bag of chips crinkled beneath your fingers and you pulled them out and sat back in your seat. Freaks! Jeez. It's getting real heated in the salt and vinegar section right now. Non-tomato based ketchup's gonna go crazy. Pyramus, that's what I'm saying. You gotta get on that. I'll be looking for it in the stores. Twisting, gay. Hannah. Hannah. Are you in JVic Twitter spaces? Do you use Twitter a lot? Because apparently this week has been a fandom event for a very specific kind of JVic fan content. Not recently? Okay. It's funny because I've not seen a lot of stuff for it, but I've seen a lot of people post, man, I love being alive for BDSM JVic week. And I'm like, what? What week? You're gonna put memes about it on my timeline with no context? Checking the DMs. I've not sent you anything, Hannah. I've only come across jokes about the week existing, not actually seeing stuff for the week itself. That explains AO3 right now. Oh, so you know. So you know. Now you know why. I need to get back to reading. All I've been doing, there's so much JVic BDSM right now. That's crazy. That's crazy. Y'all, has anyone read Dragon Age fanfic out there? Is Dragon Age fanfic good? Forever come starve twink in your white guy all over the timeline sounds like hell. What? Then if there's JVic everything, there's JVic everything. Arcane's a big enough fandom. There's probably anything for at least all the popular ships. Anyway, sorry I brought that up. I just thought it would be kind of funny. Weird way to spell perfection. Crazy. Read it? Yes. Written it with help. Love that for you, Zenith. How I describe Javik. Arcane is Yuri and Yowie slop. Hey, I wouldn't call the Yuri and Yowie of it slop. There's lots of good things there. Slopping it up is crazy. That's crazy. And it was smutty. You know what? I'm happy for you, Zenith. I might start perusing Dragon Age fanfiction. Because I think the characters that I would want to read fanfic about don't come up again after the games they're in. So I should be okay spoiler-wise. I should be okay spoiler-wise. Dropping this before I go get a sweet treat.
Dropping this before I go get a sweet treat.
Kay, thank you so much for the sub. That is so kind of you. It's good, Hannah. You know what? I'm so happy for you. I really am. I've not read anything on AO3 in a hot minute. I just keep seeing if the 2 Javik fanfics that I am living for have updated, and they haven't. Dragon Age fanfiction probably has Varric getting Mailhawk pregnant. Hey, you know what? Canon. Because that's absolutely canon from all of my hawks. Because 1, I've not romanced Isabella yet. Isabella absolutely could get Mailhawk pregnant. Anders, absolutely not. That man is an Omega. Fenris, also an Omega. It would have to be Varric. If it's not Varric, it's gotta be Isabella. And I'm locking that in. I'm locking that in. They need to update the fuck-ass fic. They do. Hannah, I'll let you know as soon as it's finished. And I'll be harassing you about it until the day it's finished anyway. Just a glimpse into my truly dark and twisted mind. Pyramus! There's nothing dark and twisted about that. There's nothing dark and twisted about Varric getting Mailhawk pregnant. That is beautiful. It's a creation of life. And a celebration of love. I was about to say I don't see Fenris getting Mailhawk pregnant. Yeah, no, absolutely not. Fenris is also an Omega. I'm sorry, we're turning this into the Omega-verse. It is what it is. I don't make the rules. I just read the vibes. I'm glad we can all agree. Did you just call us Omegas? Not us, Hannah. Well, okay. If Mailhawk is getting pregnant, then yeah, all the players are Omegas. I'm sorry. Anyway, let's get back to this fucking game. Cove is just listening to us talk about Dragon Age and the Omegaverse. The Javik Omegaverse fic locked and loaded. I need to be honest. I need to be so fucking honest right now. I have only read one Omegaverse fanfic my entire life. And to say I read a fanfic is not entirely true. I've read 2 fics in my entire life. I just remembered I did actually read a fanfic. And then there was like a webcomic that I would like see pages of. And I'm like, why is this character pregnant? What's going on? Because I was like, what the fuck is the Omegaverse? And then I dove in and I learned. I don't kill that thing, Patrick. Sorry, Barmy. Sorry we're subjecting you to this. Cove's known you for years at this point. He's got to be used to this at this point. You know what? You're so right. Maybe Cove and I share AO3 Rex. Watching a whole Omegaverse. Is that the one? Is that the one I've been seeing clips of on TikTok where it's a live action C-drama? Is it actually any good? Is it good? does not align with my headcanons. Listen, Hannah, as much as I love to joke about smut, the vast majority of my life, I have not enjoyed reading smut. Which, you know, when you're reading a Megaverse fanfic, they tend to be that. JVic is everywhere, and I still have that Hextrap person added on Rivals, along with someone named Hexticles. That's very silly. Hextrap is crazy. What happened to Freak for Freak? Hannah. We can be Freak for Freak. That's why I've not read a lot of Omegaverse. Because for a good portion of my life, reading smut was not a good, healthy time for me mentally. Given $1 billion to Arcane, I need the Hextrap cut out of Vi and Caitlyn. Cut out of Vi and Caitlyn? Oh! Wait. What do you mean? What do you mean, Pyramus? The Hextrap cut! Never mind. I understand. I put different emphasis. You mean cut as in like the extended director's cut, not like physically cut out of them. I was like, what are you talking about? I sucked and fucked, use your imagination. Listen. You live your life. You get that Hextrap cut of director's cut of Vi and Caitlyn. Anyway, we're gonna give Cove these nasty ass chips. Thanks, do you mind opening it? Damn. It's like when I get something for my nephew and he can't open it yet because he doesn't have the fine motor skills, and he's like, hey, now that you've given me this thing, I still need your help. His eyes lit up at the prospects of the snacks, and you shook your head in amusement, popping the top of the bag. This is more like what I would do. You held the open bag out towards him. With a smile, he dug into the bag noisily, picking out a couple of chips between his fingers and popping them in his mouth. The sound of crunching and rustling filled the car as he reached over from time to time, taking a few more. Ultimately, he elected to drag out an entire handful at once, losing a few of the chips to the floor. Damn. That's a canon event, I fear. Anytime you eat in the car. After that, you rolled up the top of the bag and stowed the chips safely in the back again. When you turned to the front, it was to find Cove crushing a fistful of chips into his mouth, crushing them? What a fucking freak. Anyway. Sorry if you do that in real life. I don't know why I'm having such strong feelings about Cove doing that. He wiped his hands on his pants absentmindedly before gripping the wheel and spilling crumbs all over the place. This man is a fucking mess. You had no reaction to that. I have nothing nice to say. We'll laugh. You couldn't stop the amused sound that escaped you, and when Cove raised a questioning eyebrow, you simply shook your head. The hours drifted by much the same way as that, with the two of you snacking and chatting as the day stretched on. It was fairly calm and quiet, traveling along the open road, and you found little in the way of interruptions. At one point, you passed a Welcome to Nevada sign, and Cove gave a tiny cheer. He was in disbelief that the two of you were seriously all the way in another state like this. Eventually, you had to stop for gas and made a detour at a small diner to grab a proper meal that didn't consist of chips and candy. After refueling both the car and your stomachs, the drive was back on, just as the sun began dipping beneath the horizon and bathing the sky in a wash of orange light. Cove informed you that there wasn't too much longer left to go. You were almost there. We'll help him stay alert, because I don't know where we're going. He appreciated it, and you managed the journey together. When night eventually fell in the blanket of darkness, the drive finally came to an end. Actually, on the road, a proper meal is chips and candy. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Whenever I go to my parents, it's like a 4-hour drive, and that's what that's what I'm eating. And it works. It works better than a real meal would, I fear. Cove pulled into the parking lot of Kyra's apartment building, the glow of the car lights disappearing as he turned off the engine and let out a heavy sigh.
Huh.
We made it. We're here. The two of you exchanged tired smiles, having successfully and safely completed one half of the trip. You were relieved to have actually arrived and eager to get out of the car and stretch your legs. You took the stairs up to the building together. After a knock, you were abruptly met by a flash of green hair as Kyra opened the door and immediately took her son in her arms.
Cove.
She's so pretty. There he is, my gigantic baby boy. She squeezed him for a moment, then pulled back so she could examine his face. Are you even taller than the last time I saw you? Cove gave her a fond look as she patted the tops of his shoulders proudly. You say that every time I'm here. It doesn't even make sense right now. My last visit wasn't that long ago. Kyra simply laughed before letting him go fully and ushering the two of you into her apartment. Then she turned to you, a wide grin pulling at her lips. Mel, it's so nice you came along with. And as a bonus, you've both arrived in one piece. Yeah, it's good to see you. It's been a long time. Kyra beamed at you both, and while you would have loved nothing more than to settle down and rest after the drive, you could see she wasn't going to let you go that easily.
So?
How was the trip? I admit, I was just a pinch worried. We'll let Cove answer it. It was fine. No problems for us. Kyra clapped her hands together, the bracelets around her wrist jingling. I'm so proud. I can hardly believe how mature you both are. Where did all those smarts come from? Cove ran over his hair with an awkward chuckle.
I don't know.
Maybe I got some from my parents. His mom looked up at him deeply, her eyes glistening as she shook the sentimentality off with a wave of her hand.
Any whoosies?
You have to be half asleep already, huh? I don't want to keep you up much longer. Early morning in any whoosies. Wild. How do you want to deal with the sleeping arrangements? I've only got my own room in Cove, so the living room couch isn't bad. Mel can use my bed. I'll just sleep on the floor in the room. Doesn't matter for one night. He's gonna have floor time! Love that for him. Kyra gave him a skeptical look, her lips bent into a teasing grin. What? I wonder why I don't believe you'll stay on the floor when Mel is right there in your bed, because I enjoy personal space. And he knows that. The mom, though. Where's the Kyra dating sim, truly? And the gradient in her hair, it's so pretty. I love when characters have a nice little gradient in their hair. Not the one bed trope. Hannah. We eat it up every time. I just remembered, okay, has anyone seen the anime Free Iwatobi Swim Club? Because I'm pretty sure there's an episode that might have been in season 2 where Rin and Haru go somewhere, and I'm pretty sure they did the one bed trope. I might be misremembering because this is over a decade ago. Or maybe just a decade ago. I think they did that, and it was crazy. I was about to ask, is there a dating sim for Kyra? Wouldn't that be nice? Probably not. I don't know. I don't know if anyone else is like, damn, I need some Kyra, or if they're like actually in love with this man. Because I think a lot of people who play dating sims are like actually interested in dating and dating men at that, because a lot of the dating, or at least like the dating sims that I play are like otome games, so they're like made for the girlies, but they like only feature men. So I don't know if there's enough overlap for them to be like, let's make a Kyra dating sim, because she's great. Ko froze in shock, his cheeks turning a dark beet red. Then his eyes narrowed and he scolded her with a harsh whisper. Mom. Kyra giggled to herself, but managed to give him an apologetic look upon seeing he was less than impressed by her teasing. Would it be narcissistic to make a dating sim of yourself, but with your actual flaws? wouldn't say it's necessarily narcissistic. And also, a lot of times when you are like writing or making characters, you put pieces of yourself into them anyway. So I'm gonna say no. It could be interesting though if you're putting your actual flaws in, because I think we all have a very specific version of ourselves, and things that I say are flaws of mine may not actually be the full scope of my flaws. And maybe there are some things that I don't think are flaws that other people think are flaws, and vice versa. Because I know sometimes sometimes when the mental health is really bad, I'm like, damn, what a shitty, selfish person I am. And my friend Haley will be like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's not even true. And I'm like, bro, what do you mean it's not true? The like fucking ghoul I dated a few years ago said it was true. So like, people have a very, I guess, flawed view of themselves. So that would be very interesting to like, it would be an interesting, I want to say character study, but to say it's a character study about yourself or a real life person doesn't make sense. But like, that's what it is. It's 2 a.m. Time to hashtag text her and get rejected, guys. Rest in peace. Don't say good gooners because I just thought of that. Good gooners is crazy. Guess it makes sense the dating sims prioritize dating men and a lot of RPGs prioritize dating women, so it all works out. Well, there are a subset of dating games that are, like the object of the game is to date women. Those, the ones that I know of tend to be, all right, let me start over. There are dating games made for, like targeted towards men that are interested in women. Those definitely exist. I think some of the earliest known dating games ever were those. A lot of dating games in general, they got to be more of a thing in like the Japanese market. And I think a lot of the ones that are like easy to know about are just not particularly great, or would be against terms of service. We couldn't stream those. But I'm sure there are plenty out there that exist that are good and also would not break terms of service to play. I just don't know about them. But also there are a lot of like otome games that would definitely break terms of service. So it is what it is. You know, there are definitely dating sims. I just know, like, in the circles that I'm in, I guess most people that are into dating sims are, like, the girlies that really like otome games. So, I don't know. I've realized I think I'm in a otome game bubble. I only know about them. I was only pointing out the obvious. This lady hasn't heard of personal space and autism. He would do that though. He would do that. He climbs into my fucking window at night. We'll laugh it off. Thankfully, the tension in the air dissipated as Kyra and Cove chuckled along with you. Thank you for letting me have the bed. Yep, I'm gonna be cozy maxing, I fear. Cove offered a small smile.
Don't worry about it.
No problem.
So...
Would you be okay with me sleeping on the floor in the room? I'd rather be there than out in the open in the living room, even if there is a couch. Apartment's haunted, guys. Yeah, you can sleep there. He's literally spent the night at our house before. On accident, but it's been done. Kyra giggled softly, drawing your attention back to her. All funny stuff aside, you need to get some sleep for tomorrow. Seems like you're setting yourselves up to not get any. Girl, I'm gonna be sleep maxing. Don't even worry about it. I know that sounds really captious, but I am a mom. I think that's supposed to be cautious. I have to say these things. Come on, we're not little kids having a sleepover. We're responsible adults, right, Mel? I think the fact that we're adults is also adding to her concern, Cove. I don't think that's the flex you want it to be. Because then she could hit us with the, well, adults get freaky at night sometimes. Well, I am. Cove, though, is crazy. Very responsible. We're gonna double down. Why not? She gave the two of you a suspicious look, and you stood up straighter, trying to prove your point. I'll leave it at that then, for now. Just remember that the walls are thin in this apartment. If you can't settle down and sleep, I might have to separate you. Not the warning that the walls are thin. If you shared the same bed, you would probably end up kicking Cove off the bed until he ends up on the floor anyway. Listen, I'm a big enjoyer of personal space. I genuinely don't understand how people can sleep while also being cuddled up next to each other. Baldur's Rivals 3, The Blossom of Zen and Dagger. I'm happy for you, Zenith. Congratulations on bagging Dagger. Congratulations. We'll be good.
Marvelous.
Perfect. Kyra clasped her hands together, her bracelets softly tinkling against each other again. It's only getting later, so I better let you prepare for bed. She nodded towards the hallway and gave you a small smile. I'll play hostess for a sec and show you where the bathroom is first, Mel, and where you'll be staying the night. Thank you. I'm getting a house tour. You hoisted your travel bag over your shoulder and followed behind Kyra and down the hallway. Cove shuffled along behind you, disappearing into the bedroom while his mom had you go to the restroom. The apartment was small, but nicely decorated in soft, cool colors with plenty of artwork hanging on the walls to give it character. It was stylish and exactly what you would have expected from someone like Kyra. After being shown the bathroom and wishing Kyra a good night, you headed into the room and found Cove already there. This is kind of cute, though. Very beach court. Has Cove's entire family made the beach their whole personality? Because that's kind of what it's giving. Unless Cove picked out this decor. Cove has definitely made the beach his whole personality. He had changed into his sleepwear for the night as well. Looking around, you found the bedroom to look much the same as the rest of the apartment, but with small ocean elements you were sure Cove must have enjoyed when he stayed here. All in all, the room was pretty and clean, though it almost looked more like a hotel guest room than a bedroom. Cove only spent a few weeks out of the year there, so it made sense that it wasn't especially lived in.
So?
What do you think? It's pretty nice, huh? My mom always keeps it clean and everything, even when I'm not here. It's great! Cool, I'm glad you like it. He seemed pleased enough with the response and gave you a small smile before opening the zip on his bag. When you went back to the room, you jumped in bed and under the covers, just as Cove was shuffling into his sleeping bag on the floor. You waited until he was settled in before you flipped off the lights, and a soft glow from outside peeked through the blinds, casting shadows over the floor. You closed your eyes, blocking everything out. Sleep maxing.
Night.
Night, Cove. Sleep well. The room grew quiet as the two of you wound down for the night, and you found yourself listening to the sounds of the city outside the window. The noise out there was so different to what you were used to back home. Cars zooming past and people out having fun, instead of crashing waves and the ocean winds cocooning your house in their embrace. Cove shifted around in his sleeping bag, making the fabric crinkle loudly. I've outgrown this thing. I should have checked it earlier, but the trip was kind of short notice. You're actually in it? That's crazy. Twitch, if I'm broke enough for ads, I'm not rich enough for a cruise ship vacation. Twitch ads are so funny, though. Barmy, was it at least like a gamer-themed ad for the cruise ship vacation? Because I feel like most of the ads I get on Twitch are like ads for normal things, but then it's like, how do I make this appeal to the gamers out there? And I think it's so fucking goofy. holds award. I'd like to thank my mom for putting up with my nonsense for 22 years, my friends Hannah, Mel, and Shadow for inspiring me, and the creators at Larian for creating this world. And I'd like to thank Tandy for being a wonderful wife. So happy for you, Zenith. It kind of was. Love that. I thought you were in your mid-40s. Oof. Just get ads for pizza? Damn. I either get ads for, like, shit, like, delivery services, or ads that are definitely not for my demographic. Like, the fuck am I gonna do with Viagra, truly? Just collect it for the vibes? Like, why are we advertising this? Only time cruise ships mildly intrigue me is that Carrie's 2077 tragic backstory. Working on a cruise ship as a gamer. No, that's fair. Y'all will never find my ass on a cruise ship. I'm sorry, you just won't. It does not matter how much money I have. You cannot pay me enough to spend time out on the sea. While it would be cool, I can't do it. I won't. I just simply will not. Sell that Viagra game. Not me making a pyramid scheme because Twitch is giving me ads for things that I possibly just simply cannot use. But yeah, no, I think I would rather die than go on a cruise. Cause my luck, I would be on the cruise ship, and then the Titanic would just decide that it is time for Titanic 2. Or, oh, wasn't there, I saw this one story one time about a guy who was on a cruise ship, and then it, like, sank, wrecked something, and then he was stuck in a little, like, pocket of air in complete darkness for 3 days until divers found him? Absolutely not. The demons would get me at that point. Absolutely not. I will never get on a cruise ship. I think I might have some unfounded cruise ship anxieties. Anyway. Watch Poop Cruise on Netflix? Absolutely fucking not. I've heard a little bit about it, and that sounds miserable. What cruise? So it was a cruise ship where I guess something happened, and Poop Cruise, it's so, something happened basically where, like, I guess the toilets, or something happened that caused the toilets to not be able to flush, and so, you know, shit happens, I guess. It sounds miserable. They lost all power and were adrift at sea. Yeah, I would rather die. I would simply jump off. Let the sharks have me at that point. I'll get in the water. Whatever it is, Poseidon said to Odysseus, I'll do it. Because I just simply don't need to live anymore. Started peeing in the showers and pooping in non-working toilets. Yeah. Biohazard for sure. I have a fear of the ocean. I don't necessarily have a fear of the ocean. I have a fear of being stuck in situations that I cannot get out of. But also the guy who was stuck in the dark for 3 days. 1, low-key scared of the dark. At my big age, it's embarrassing, I know. 2, just anything could be in that water. Anything could be in there. Bugs, fish, creatures that I don't know like that. Like, no, simply not. What if you're just sitting there in complete darkness and something like swims up against your leg? I couldn't. I simply couldn't. Not necessarily a fear of the ocean, just, you know, a healthy distrust of the creatures inside that I don't know like that. Cruise ship would sway. It swayed and tipped Things moved. Yeah, my ass, I'm not getting on a ship. I will not. I don't know, maybe I was in like some horrific horrific ship accident in a past life or something. The fuck did I just come back to? What the fuck are y'all talking about? Cruise ships, Nico! We're talking about being out on the sea. Shit happens, not the best choice of words. I didn't know how else to say it, Zenith. I haven't actually watched the documentary. I've just seen people talk about it. Entertaining watch for me, but I get it's not for everyone. My thing, Hannah, that shit would stress me out. I would watch it and just be so stressed. And it's going on the list of why I will never be on a cruise ship. The world government is telling us about this thing called the ocean. I don't believe it, of course. Pyramus, have you ever listened to Welcome to Night Vale? Because that is a very Welcome to Night Vale core thing to say. It's kind of giving when they're like, ugh, the moon's not real. Obviously, everybody knows that. That's when you cook it with butter. Crabs and lobsters, I mean. You started it, sorry. And it's okay, Barmy. That's okay. Easily, not the worst thing that's ever been said in chat. Not the worst line of conversation we've ever had going. And that even stands for just today alone. Hannah wants me to clarify that this is Kay and she would never watch that shit. Yeah, I can hear that. I can hear that conversation happening, actually. That makes sense. Kay, that would stress me the fuck out. I would probably watch it, though, out of morbid curiosity if it was put on in front of me. You really sure you don't want to share the bed? If you stay on your side and I stay on mine, I'm sure it's fine. I don't mind trading places. No, it's alright. It's more important that you're comfortable.
Don't worry about it.
You already did me a big favor by coming here in the first place. Just let me do this one thing and give you the bed. That's what I want for this trip, okay? Pursing your lips tight, you gave a small nod and admitted defeat. Alright, I'll have the bed. Thanks, Cove. He made a small noise but said no more. With an accepting sigh, you pulled the covers up under your chin and got comfortable. The next day dawned, bringing with it sounds of birds chirping happily outside the window. You opened your eyes slowly, letting them adjust to the lights as you tried to recall where you were, and remembering the unfamiliar sight of Cove's second bedroom. Sure we would have woken up on our own, especially if, like, Cove and Kyra were already up. The FOMO would kick in and my eyes would just open. The early morning sun filtered through the blinds, telling you it was about time to get out of bed and start getting ready for the day. The sound of Cove shuffling around the room drew your attention, though you weren't surprised. He'd always been a morning person. What a freak! Lovingly and respectfully, but what a freak. Sitting up in bed, you let out a yawn and stretched your arms above your head. It felt okay. Considering the long drive the day before and the late night, you were feeling ready to get the day started. Though you weren't as perky as him, his energy was infectious. Good morning. You pulled yourself out of bed. Oh, he didn't even say good morning back? He's supposed to be the morning person. This is crazy. You pulled yourself out of bed, grabbing a fresh change of clothes and your toiletries before heading to the bathroom. After all that, you met Cove back in his room. Chat, do I play Couture or the System Shock 2 remake? Which one sparks the most joy? Which one seems like it would be a better time? He was sitting on the floor when you entered, sorting through a bunch of stuff in a box, determining what to bring and what to leave behind. The good morning was implied. Damn, had me looking foolish just out here saying it. He doesn't say it back. Hey!
Hey!
Can you pull out the stuff in those drawers? You nodded, though he hadn't even looked up from his task, so you knew he wouldn't have seen. Mantis locked in. Heading over to his drawers, you started the task of taking out various items, setting them on the ground in front of Cove. Oh hey, look at this! When you turned towards the sound of Cove's voice, you found him digging through one of the drawers beneath the bed.
Neat.
Here's something I definitely need to bring. Craning your head, you got a better glimpse of what he was holding. An old, yellowing book. When he opened it up, there were a few dried, pressed flowers between the pages. Oh, cute! Those had been gifts you'd given him for his mom's place, Something for him to remember you by and make his time here less lonely. That's disgusting. They're so in love. He kept them the whole time. I was only lending you those. I think I'll take them back now. It's very funny. His eyes widened in alarm, but upon seeing the smile that was pulling on your lips, he chuckled softly. Think you should probably just continue lending them to me. I'm glad you also agree this is fucking disgusting, J-Train. I hope you guys know I don't genuinely think love is disgusting. Because I think I've made this joke enough that some of my IRLs think I, like, actually mean it. I think some of them think I actually think love is disgusting and I think people shouldn't be in love. And I definitely do not mean it like that. Should make a poll in the Discord and let people vote on what game to play? You should. If you genuinely can't decide. Also, Pyramus, thank you for the hydrate. And the stretch. Are we gonna get a posture check in there? Oh, there we go. I know you guys can never hear it when my bones pop. But just know they were popping. Okay. Think you should probably just continue lending them to me.
It's nice.
These are special. It was important, having a piece of you with me when we were apart. Feel the same way. That's why I gave them to you. Cove smiled, pleased that the feeling was mutual, but then the expression became more amused. And did you keep the souvenirs I brought back? He asked that like he's not in our room all the time. Zenith, thank you for the hydrate and the stretch. And the posture check. And the second hydrate. Okay. Bones frequently pop off when I get up in the morning. Felt. My joints have always been very noisy, even when I was a kid. I remember when I was in middle school, we had like lockers for the first time, and mine was always on the bottom because it just worked out that way, and you know, it's for the best because I'm not a very tall person. But every time I would like squat down to like get into my locker, the loudest fucking pop from my knees. At least once a week, one of my friends would be like, damn, you okay? You good? Because that did not sound good. And like, my knees just do that. I don't feel anything. They're just loud. They don't pop as much anymore. I don't know what that was about. They're less noisy. Speaking of Agua, where's my best buddy? Your best buddy doesn't usually come in until a bit later lately. That's been the routine of things, so I don't know. Guess you gotta hunt him down. Me when my knee explodes, but I have to keep moving forward. That's what it sounded like, Pyramus. That's for real what it sounded like. One time, my friend thought I had dropped like a book or something on the ground, and they were like, "That's your knee?" I might be kind of exaggerating, but it was, you know, like when you like pop your like knuckles and stuff, like how it sometimes can get kind of loud. It's kind of like that, but a knee. Anyway. Nope, you said jokingly. He shook his head with a grin. Thanks. See, we lied. Because I feel like he spends more time in our room than he does his sometimes. So he knows. He already knew. Another hour passed by in silence, and you were happy to see you were making great progress with Cove's room, with only the closet left to sort through. You took a minute to take a mouthful of water from your bottle and perched on the edge of the bed, feeling productive. Cove glanced over at you and paused, putting down the tape gun he had been using to seal up his boxes. You raised an eyebrow. You know, it's really strange to see you sitting in this room. I can leave. Why? He frowned a little, his eyes distant and his voice quiet when he spoke next.
That's...
During the visits to my mom's, when I was sitting alone in this room, I'd sometimes think about how you weren't here. It was a weird feeling at the time that you just weren't around, and now that you are here in this exact place, it's... I don't know how to explain the feeling. He shrugged it off and smiled a little, as though he'd said enough already, and didn't want to risk sounding silly. Life is pretty confusing, is all. I didn't know you thought about me when you were away. That's true, life makes no sense. We'll just give him a smile. We got it. He grinned slightly back, nodding his head a little. He looked away satisfied, heading over to the closet and the last of the items to be sorted. Before long, every box, closet, and drawer had been thoroughly combed through, with the items either neatly packed up in boxes or organized and returned to their proper place. Totally forgot what Cove had asked for a minute. Sorry, we just be yapping too much in between, like, conversations in this game. With a sigh of relief, you glance around the bedroom and the work you had done together.
All right.
We're done. Good job to us. I'm gonna change out my PJs for the drive. Real as hell that we stayed in our pajamas all day. Yeah. When the two of you headed out into the living room, ready to get everything finalized and hit the road, you found Kyra in the kitchen pouring a cup of tea. Cove headed towards her, leaning casually against the counter that divided the two spaces. Hey, you didn't have to get up so early.
Come on.
Are you crazy? Of course I have to see you off before you go. You can't sneak away while I'm out cold. She beamed at him, and in all honesty, it seemed more than happy to be up and getting ready for the day. Do you want some breakfast? I've got some... The fuck is muesli? Or eggs and toast. Oh, and some of that fruity cereal you used to love. That's okay. We should really eat on the road. Kyra smiled sadly, a little disappointed, but she seemed to understand that your time was running thin. I thought you might say that. In that case, I've packed you some snacks for the road.
What do you think?
Even if you don't end up eating them, take it anyway, just in case. You can always feed them to Cliff when you get home. Tell him I said hi. Cove laughed and shook his head, knowing his dad would love nothing more than to polish off whatever food Kyra had prepared for you.
Thank you.
You really didn't have to. Thank you for the snacks. I'm sure they'll come in handy with this guy around. Cove scoffed and playfully rolled his eyes, earning a giggle from Kyra. I don't doubt it. Like father, like son. She returned your smile with one of her own, before putting her cup of tea aside. Well, I'll help you get the car packed.
Sure.
Thanks. The three of you got a move on, taking the boxes from Cove's bedroom and heading down to fill the back seat of the car, until there was barely an inch of space left in the back and trunk. With all of you helping, it only took a couple of trips to move everything, and you were done before you knew it. Then, it was truly time to say goodbye. You convened back inside the apartment, where Kyra looked over the two of you with a quiet smile. It was great to see you both. Thank you for coming. She gave each of you a hug, and you felt a little sad that you hadn't been able to spend more time with her. It was good to see you too, Mom. Cove embraced her in return, the two of them holding on to each other for a few seconds longer. They drove all the way up to Nevada to stay the night, get up early in the morning to clean Cove's room, and leave. Yeah, basically. So, I think they're, like, moving Cove's stuff out, the things that he wants to keep, is what I'm understanding. I might not fully be understanding that correctly. But basically, we were just, like, moving things out because now that he's, like, not a kid, I guess custody arrangements don't apply to him anymore, so he's not going to be living here for a few weeks out of the year. But yeah, no, essentially, yeah. Road trip all day just to get up early, do a couple of chores, and then go home. I'm sure we could have found 3 days in a row to make this work and feel less insane. I'll miss you, but I'll visit again soon.
Of course.
You better. Hey, we should make plans for you to visit us too. I'll let you know when it's settled. I'd love that. Kyra bundled all the stuff she prepared into a bag and handed them over to you. You took a quick peek at what she had packed. There was fruit, nuts, seeds, hard-boiled eggs, and some veggie sticks.
Cool.
Oh, good to see we've got some fresh food options now. The snacks I brought weren't. Kyra shook her head at him and let out a soft laugh, as though she wouldn't have expected anything else. I seriously hope you're feeding yourself better than that at home. Yeah, of course. Just not on trips. I can live with that then. She looked over him fondly, her eyes at last focusing on his face and filling with emotion. I'm going to miss you. Those are perfect road snacks. That sounds like the road snacks my grandma fucks hard with. She boils... Okay, this is crazy because there's only 2 of us that live here. She will boil 3 to 4 eggs almost every single day. And she will bring them with her on a road trip too. And the nuts and vegetables. This is just my grandma. My grandma's like snack plan.
Me too.
Thank you for letting us come. No problem at all. You're welcome anytime. Kyra put an arm around you both, pulling you in tight to her sides for one final squeeze.
Bye.
Have a safe trip. We will. With a last goodbye, you exited the apartment, though Cove hesitated for a moment in the door, his expression distant. You weren't sure what he was doing, though you tentatively took a step towards him. Everything okay? Your voice seemed to bring him back to earth, and he shook his head to clear his thoughts, his green hair swaying from side to side.
Come on.
Yeah, let's go. With that, the 2 of you headed back down to the car, ready to make the long trip home. Soon enough, you were on the wide open road with a car full of Cove's things and only one destination, Sunset Bird, California. The drive went as smoothly as could be expected, with the morning slowly creeping into midday as the miles flew by. The day flew by in a whir of open road and sunshine, and before you knew it, it was early afternoon. By that point, you had already crossed the state line. Cove announced that he planned a little stop on the way home. He was quite pleased with himself as you arrived at the precipice. Redwood National Park. Not the callback to the last crazy road trip we did. Shaded beneath the canopy of enormous redwood trees, you drove along. When Cove parked the car, you pushed the door to get out, and the first thing you did was look up. Enormous redwood trees surrounded you on all sides, their massive trunks shooting straight up into a canopy of foliage overhead. There were too many of them to count, stretching on and on as far as you could see. You squinted against the sunlight that was peeking through the leaves and dancing on the paths around you. It's great, right? He smiled at you from over the roof of the car before glancing around the place fondly. Remember the trip our families took here that one summer? It was cool going on a journey and seeing the forest in person, even if we didn't stay very long.
So...
And I guess we can stay for even less this time, but oh well. Just seemed like a good time to stop by. Who knows when we'll get another chance. His voice got a little softer at the end. It seemed to be bittersweet for him, being in a place he was so fond of, but not having the time to appreciate it fully. You were pleased to have stopped there. It was a beautiful place to stretch your legs and take in some fresh air. There'll be more chances in the future, I promise. Cove smiled, shoving his hands in his pockets and dipping his head. I'm gonna hold you to that. The 2 of you walked around for a while, completely dwarfed by the sheer scale of the redwoods. It kind of put your view of yourself and everything in a strange perspective. You took in a lungful of clean forest air, listening to the sounds of birdsong and the cool breeze rustling through the underbush, taking advantage of the space to move around freely. However you felt about being there, it was a totally different scene than sitting in that old car for hours and hours. We could take his hand. He intertwined his fingers through yours, smiling at you as he relaxed into your touch and rubbed the back of your hand softly with his thumb. Being here again, you couldn't help but reminisce on what else had happened during the trip you had taken here all that time ago. There were a lot of things that had reminded you of it recently. Well, okay. I hope they remind us, the player, as well. You looked over at Cove, who seemed to be lost in the peace of the place, and you wondered if any of it crossed his mind. Smiling at the sight, you thought back on what had been a highlight of that long-gone vacation. Remember how a bird stole your dad's lunch? Cove instantly started laughing at the memory of the bird taking off with Mr. Holden's sandwich. After all these years, it was still a once-in-a-lifetime sight. Poor Dad. He can never catch a break. You continued chatting about the trip a little while longer, about the things you had seen and done and even eaten. A lot of the memories Cove had of the trip were similar to your own, but you were also surprised to hear of a few other things from his point of view. So much had happened that there was no shortage of things to talk about. The place certainly had a nostalgic quality about it. Your spirits were light as you ambled past information boards and picnic areas. But before long, you decided it was time to bring this short trip to an end and head back to the car to get on the road again. Cove sighed when you finally reached the vehicle, jangling the keys in his hand before unlocking the doors.
Well,
I wish we didn't have to go, but we're going to be responsible and not stay longer than we should. How grown up of you. He smiled slightly, and with that, the two of you jumped into the car, buckled in, and he put it in drive. You were getting closer and closer to town as the sun started setting, though still far enough away that the radio stations were unfamiliar to you. Cove twisted the dial this way and that before stumbling onto a channel with a song he seemed to like. That was a rare gift from the Fates in a sea of static, strange radio jockeys, and grating tunes. His face immediately brightened at the sound of it, and he drummed his fingers along the bottom of the steering wheel happily. Sitting back in his seat, he bopped his head and shimmied his shoulders in time to the tune, all while mouthing along the words. So we're just listening to Epic the Musical. That's what we're listening to. Occasionally, he even lifted one hand from the wheel to gesture with his fingers for a specific line. It is giving musical. We'll sing along. Cove raised a pleased eyebrow at your vocalization. Emboldened by you, Cove decided to speak the words rather than lip-syncing. Your voices mixed together, slowly creeping louder and louder as you belted out the words to the song. Every now and then, a word would be sung wrong, and by the end, you were both laughing too much to continue. The song ended, and Cove reached over to start cycling through the radio stations again. Upon finding nothing tolerable, he flipped the dial off in defeat, and leaned back in his seat with a sigh. You rested your head on your hand and stared out the window as the sky darkened, watching the landscape slowly melt into a more familiar views. The miles went on, and any energy you had earlier was beginning to drain away. You imagined home and your family. You'd be there together soon. And I know it's gonna feel so fucking good to sleep in our own bed. I just got reminded of that scene from New Girl where Winston was driving and singing Defying Gravity at the top of his lungs. That was us. That was me and Cove just now. The whole, even down to the game specifying that, making gestures was giving very musical theater energy. Gay? And what of it, Hannah? What of it? You know, I've spent all these years living in Sunset Bird and taking a few weeks each summer visiting my mom in that second room. That's not gonna happen anymore. Not really.
I mean,
I can still see my parents, but the way it all works between us has changed. Forever. He paused, the silent stretching. A serious look settled on his face, his thoughts far away. It'll be fine. Yeah, we can be excited. They're either listening to Defying Gravity or the Hamilton soundtrack. I had a bit of a Hamilton phase myself, believe it or not. Hannah, why are we popping off? Nothing is gayer than JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I think that's what Hannah means by this. For Hamilton? Oh, sick. I think it's so funny. Facts. Hannah, you don't even know. You haven't even finished part 6 yet. And part 7? Part 7 created gay people, I fear. I've seen more ads for this Tony Hawk game than I've seen for any game ever. They've made a new Tony Hawk game? What fucking year is it, truly? You don't need to? Hannah. That's not how you have a bizarre adventure. You haven't even got to the crazy part of part 6 yet. That's okay. That's fine. Part 6 and part 7 go a little harder in the body horror department. It gets a little gross. Part 7 gets very gross, actually. Rest in peace. Rest in peace to Hannah. I can't. No, I get it. I get it. It's fine. I think it's been so long at this point. I've kind of assumed we are not finishing part 6 together as a group. Tony Hawk games are no longer skateboarding games. They are shuffleboard games. Oh. Good for him, I guess. I didn't know that. We will. Hannah, what do you... At some point in time... Okay, Hannah. I don't believe you, but I'm excited for that point in time nonetheless. Because Tony Hawk is old. Yeah, no, I was kind of surprised to hear you say, hear Pyramus say they were making a new... There was, like, ads for a game. I know he's older. Definitely not, the same man from fucking 20, 30 years ago. I'm joking, I have no idea what Tony Hawk games are now. They're probably still skateboarding games. I'm too fucking gullible for my own good, actually. I'm too fucking gullible. After we watch Black Butler for the second time... Wait, do you actually want to watch it again? Will you let me be autistic and force you to watch the musicals as well? Because, okay, so, Hannah, I think in order to fully... in order to fully appreciate one particular frame in one episode towards the end of the new Black Butler season, we have to watch the 2010 Most Beautiful Death in the World Black Butler musical. It's necessary. It is necessary homework because that musical has 2 original characters that get cameoed in the manga, and now that's been adapted, so you have to watch the musical before you watch that season. So when they come up and I lose my mind over Eric and Alan, you know who I'm talking about. You understand the pain and the suffering and the excitement. June wants to watch it. Okay. I'm very, very excited that June wants to watch Black Butler with me. I also think by the time we get to Book of Circus, she's not gonna fuck with it anymore. I also think she's not gonna vibe. And that's okay. That's okay. I'm just sitting here like, I don't think she knows what she has signed up for. So, we'll let her get off the ride whenever she's ready. No, it's fine. I'll watch it again, Hannah. And Hannah, I can subject you to season 2, because we've not watched season 2. June lacks our taste, but we can help her. I didn't realize you enjoyed it so much. Hannah, what are you doing this weekend? Do you want to watch a musical this weekend? Dear God. Hannah. You did. I'm glad you did. I'm very glad you did. Black Butler is one of those things that because it's like been such a huge part of my life, for half of my life, it's like, it feels vulnerable to share it with people, which like makes no fucking sense because I did not write it. I have nothing to do with the production of the series. But because it's basically been like the biggest thing in my life for so long, it's like, hey, let's share this little vulnerable moment. And it's just like watching some fuck-ass demon do some fuck-ass shit. What did you mean you're the creator? Don't say that, Hannah. Non-canon event televised is crazy. Season 2 is pushing it. That's my man, don't diss. Hannah, one of the greatest joys in life, one of the greatest joys in my life is being unnecessarily mean and being such a fucking hater for Sebastian. I'm sorry. Love him, but also love to hate him. Hannah, Sebastian and I go way back. We go way back. Leave him alone. I will not. I simply will not. Sorry, Hannah. can't help he's a baddie. A baddie? Girl, where? Where? No, I can't lie. I can't lie. Hannah, you've not even seen his hottest moments yet. He's got some good ones. He's got some really good ones. And you have not seen him yet. Yo, can't you even get into his side of the club? He got kicked out of the club. He gets kicked out of the club. He goes to the club and the fortune reader is like, I know what you are. And and then his aura is so bad he gets kicked out of the fucking club. That is canon. That is canon. Anyway, sorry. Y'all got me ranted. That makes sense. You're so attached to the show that you're worried if you show it to somebody and they hate it, it's like they're hating you, kind of. Yeah! You worded it very well, J-Train. Thank you. So when I show it to friends and they don't like it and they like fucking hate it, I'm like, oh, we're gonna box that part of me back up. You'll take his aura, Hannah. That's crazy. I can't believe you would take his aura when his aura is obviously relegated to that crazy ass man that he's got toxic yaoi with from like the newer chapters that I've been yelling at you about. He owns the club standing on their necks. Nobody tell Hannah that after he got kicked out of the club in the Blue Cult arc that he did in fact make his own club. Technically he doesn't own it, the fuck ass kid that he serves owns it, but he did make his own club, actually. He did do that. Love them. What? Hannah, this series goes so fucking crazy. You don't even know. You don't even know. I gotta make you a PowerPoint or some shit about it. You gotta come to my house. I have all 33 volumes that have been translated into English. You gotta come to my house. Jail, you betrayed me. Hannah, it's fine. I'm living in your walls. Get to reading, girly. Get to reading, bestie. They're on the top shelf. Brendan, welcome in. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Open up, Hannah. They're over there. They're right there. Get to reading. What's on the top shelf? We're talking about Black Butler. That right there is my Black Butler shelf. Although the collection has expanded beyond the shelf, but Hannah doesn't need to worry about that. Do you hear the scratching? I actually do, Hannah. I'll get the sledgehammer to break you out of the walls after stream. Okay, yeah, we are excited to be on the brink of real adulthood. Don't worry, Cove. We can go see your mom and your dad. There's so many experiences we've yet to do. Cove's mouth pulled into a tight line, though he gave a small nod. Damn. I'm just trying to be optimistic about the future. Please let me know. Hannah, I believe in you. You can bust through. How fucking crazy would it be? How fucking crazy would it be if Hannah really did just bust through that wall and that's how we like hard launched, like, hey, bestie meetup? That'd be wild. That would be wild. The path looked like it'd never end from where you were, but that wasn't true. Eventually, he found a few more words to say. Going into adulthood was a big mistake. Okay, that's fair. The responsibilities of adulthood, the fact that I gotta start paying my student loans soon because they're gaining interest again, disgusting. Take me back. But also, I very much enjoy having a 27-year-old brain. I think I would kill myself if I had to be, like, 16 again. That would be so sick. Wouldn't it be just busting through the wall? Good thing I'm tall. I can get them down if you... You're tall? Sorry. Sorry. I did not expect you to be tall. I think I might have known that already, vaguely. but more in the sense of like I knew you weren't microscopic, teeny tiny short. Wait, for real? I think I forgot. You just do not have tall energy to me. It's so interesting. Yeah, like I would not have pegged you for somebody that could be described as tall. That's so funny to me. I'm glad you find it amusing, Brennan. You're 6 foot. Stop. No, you're not. That's genuinely surprising information. Genuinely surprising information. What the fuck do you mean you're 6 foot tall? I don't hate Brennan Hannah. Brennan just doesn't, like, read as a 6 foot tall person to me. I'm sorry. That's crazy. Bye, Pyramus. Thanks for coming by. I hope you have a good rest of your night. Very true. Teenage years were kind of a nightmare sometimes, too. Exactly, J-Train. I love having a brain that's not a teenage brain. It's great. Just assume everyone's tall because they are. Either that or shorties don't post height. I don't know. A lot of my friends are either 5 foot tall or 6 foot tall. And apparently I don't have any that were in between. I assumed Brendan was in between, but apparently the in between does not exist. It's okay, you still look down to them. You're so tall. You're so right, Hannah. I am like 8 feet tall. I assume everyone's 5'3". Then I randomly meet up with someone. I'm like, oh, okay. You're basically same height as me. That's wild. I wish everyone was like 5'3". The Hannah erasure is crazy. Wait, Hannah. I'm sorry, I forgot how tall you are. I know Kay and Vent are around my height, give or take a couple inches. And I think I just assumed you were too. What are you, like, 5'5"? 5'4"? 5'6"? I don't know. Maybe one of our friends is 5'4", because that's the same height as my mom. You're 5'5"? Okay. You're the same height as my brother. Hannah's representing the middle. She's the only one holding it down, apparently. Alright, Cove, what do you have to say?
I'm so glad.
I think it's good we're able to do this trip without any parents or chaperones. It was just us. We did it all. Sure. I don't know. I feel a little more independent now. A little more ready for what's ahead. Right. It's like a real first step to be on our own all the time. It'll be here before we know it. Hey, don't say that. Don't say that. The topic seemed to wear on Cove, and he made an attempt to find something else to speak on. Yeah, I feel like that would stress Cove out to be like, hey, we're about to be alone all of the time. Okay, fine, 5'7". We got more people holding down the middle, apparently. It's Barmy and Hannah out there. So, I'm kind of sad about getting back. I'm gonna miss having you right there tonight. He cleared his throat quietly, though said nothing more. You smiled to yourself a little at hearing him say something like that out loud. You're 6'2"? Do people under 6 feet exist? I think it's so wild. So, in my day-to-day life, I do not know very many people above the height of, like, I don't know. My sister, I think, is, like, 5'11". I don't know. She might be 5'9". I might just be lying. I do not know very many people that are close to 6 feet tall. I know, like, one person that's, like, stupid tall, like 6'6" or something dumb like that. Most people I know are, like, between 5 foot even and, like, 5'9". And then I get on the internet, especially in, like, Minecraft YouTuber spaces, fucking everybody's, like, 6 foot tall and taller. I didn't know that many tall people existed, apparently. Don't know if I exist. I'm joking, Barmy. I get it, though. Yo, same. Nice height twins. That's wild. Height twins is crazy. OMG, so is Mel. Hannah, one of these days you're gonna say something like that, and somebody is going to believe you, despite all of the evidence that I'm definitely nowhere near 6'2". They're gonna believe you and be absolutely shocked the day they find out that's not true. Like they're gonna be like, oh yeah, Mel Pocket Leaves 6'2". They're gonna see me at an anime convention and they're gonna be like, bitch, where? What the fuck are we talking? What do you mean? Oh, so we're lying? It's the facts. I'm the source. It's so true. You're right. What's Minecraft? I've never heard of this. Is it a food? J-Trade, are you being for real? I don't know why every Minecraft YouTuber is so stupidly tall. I don't use freedom units though. I had to look up how tall I was. No, that's fair. That's so fair. I had that same problem whenever like anime characters would be like, yeah, I'm 160 centimeters. And I'm like, that means nothing to me. That means absolutely nothing to me. I'm sorry. Googled that a lot. Oh, which is kind of funny because I feel like the centimeters is a little bit more precise. So it's like, are these anime characters the same height as me? We'll never know. Because I've not measured myself in centimeters, and I don't think I ever will, because that's a lot of effort for a statistic that does not matter that much. Most of the time, I'm not being for real. I can appreciate that not being for real grind. I'm gonna miss it too. And with the feelings confirmed as mutual, the two of you fell into a comfortable silence. Just get married already, truly. The sky outside grew ever darker as the hours passed by, the stars blinking on like tiny fireflies painted onto a canvas of blue. The scenery continued transitioning between open roads, industrial areas, and beach towns, becoming increasingly recognizable as time went on. You felt somewhat disconnected from the world around you as you watched it through your window, your tired mind growing hazy. It was a strange, reflective feeling, but peaceful nonetheless. Dog, neither of y'all have a job. Why are you suggesting marriage? Listen, I thought that was just a thing we said when two people obviously in love were acting very domestic and clingy. You're addicted to TFT again? I hope you're winning, Hannah. Get addicted to playing the rest of League of Legends, please, and then we can JVic on them. I gotta learn how to play Jace and Victor. You're not? Hannah, rest in peace. It's because you don't have the baddies on your team. TFT is so hard. You're bad at League. You could just get good. We can be bad at League together. I've missed so much and I come back to marriage. Welcome to Picky Pick. We're not married yet. We're finishing up the young adult phase. Well, you don't know what I'm doing? That's okay, I don't either, Hannah. I never know what I'm doing, especially when League of Legends is open. Arcane is a League show. Which I hate. I love, because I've been low-key in love with Jinx since I was 18 years old. So I was very happy to see a show about her, because I've been playing League of Legends since 2015. I didn't know League of Legends had lore until recently. Because all I did was boot up the game and lose. Well, I wanted some too, but all I did was boot up the game and play. I didn't realize there was lore that we could be learning about this whole time. Skill issue on my part, truly. But also, like, I hate it because when Arcane came out, it reignited my League of Legends obsession, and it won't go away. It keeps getting worse. Please, this is a call for help. Your stats say otherwise. Listen, I've been learning. I've put in a decade in this game. I can kill people now. As a treat. Your daughter, Jinx is so great. I do really enjoy Jinx's character. We gotta get through the post-employment crash out arc before marriage. Exactly. You're so right, Barmy. We'll get there. It was a strange, reflective feeling, but peaceful nonetheless. Soon enough, the world would return to you, and you'd find your feet firmly on the ground. It couldn't be helped. The adventure would end, life would continue, but your memories would linger on. Why does this feel like the ending of the Perks of Being a Wallflower book? I've never played League of Legends, but I loved Arcane. And that's okay. League of Legends, I like the game. I think it's a great game. It has easily the worst learning curve of any game I've ever seen in my life. It is so fucking hard to like actually figure out how to play the game and like work with the team, and also a lot of the player base are really fucking mean, which makes it even harder to learn how to play the game. So unless you are willing to watch like tutorials, which feels kind of dumb, it's not dumb, but like to me, like it feels cringe to me. I feel embarrassed when I'm watching tutorials on how to play League of Legends. My brother will send me things and he's like, hey, you need to watch this video and we can play League together afterwards. And it feels embarrassing. But like unless you're willing to do that, or you have a group of friends that already play and are like not gonna yell slurs at you for not knowing how to play the game, don't play it. Stay away from League for your own good. It is a very rage-inducing game. There have been many a times where I've had to stop playing the game because I was about to crash out, and that's embarrassing. All multiplayer games are sink or swim. That is fair. That is fair. Something about League feels worse, though, and I think it's because the games can be so long. I had a Swift Play game. Swift Play is supposed to be the quick version, 20 minutes max. That shit lasted for an hour. One single match took an entire fucking hour. Compared to games like Marvel Rivals, where if it's like a fuck-ass game where you suck, that shit can be over in like 10 minutes. It's not... League of Legends has such a big time investment. And so when you're not having a good game, you are not having fun because you have wasted so much time on a game that makes you feel bad. Practice is the only teacher. That is also true. Unfortunately, though, with League of Legends, there's a lot of shit to learn that you will not learn just through practice. You have to have it explained to you, unless you're just really good at figuring out, like, strategy, which I am not. So, sounds like the kind of game I would hate. That's fair. Also, there's a reason I don't stream the game. It's like, you gotta lock the fuck in. I feel like I would not be entertaining to watch play League of... I've streamed it before, but I feel like I wouldn't be super entertaining to watch because focusing on chat would also make my gameplay worse. And when I'm focusing on the game, then I'm ignoring you guys. And then, like, at that point, why even stream, you know? A 45 minimum. I've had games end within 15 to 20 minutes of League of Legends. It's rare, but it can happen. Basically a hostage when it's not going your way. Exactly. Like... There have been some times where I wanted to surrender so bad and the rest of the team was like, no, let's see it through. For real felt like a hostage. It begins to feel like a hostage situation when you're not having a good time. And then then I need to go outside and touch grass. Because why am I being so emotionally impacted by pixels on my screen, you know? Like, it's never that serious. Alright, the adventure would end, life could continue, but your memories would linger on. Damn. And then summer ended. I'm tired of being 18 years old. Let me get older, please. Moths bounced against your window, attracted by the light of your room. A siren call in the slowly darkening sky. Just as the day was coming to an end, so too would summer. Liz would be moving back into the dorms before long. Luckily, Lee had been able to come stay for a short trip before her own new journey began. Hell yeah, we love our cousin Lee. She'd officially been accepted to her first choice college a few weeks ago. This was her last chance to see you all in person for... You flicked through the plans for the next few months, realizing that you didn't even know when you'd next have the opportunity for everyone to be in the same place again. That's a cool whale poster, isn't it? Some of the room decor options in this game are pretty fire. They were pretty good. It was hard to think that you'd likely be seeing even less of your cousin going forward, but you were delighted that she was pursuing her dreams. Dog, it's a shark. Is that not a whale shark? Oh no, maybe it's not. Listen. We're not marine biologists out here, and that's okay. I can accept when I'm wrong. While you were still with each other, your family was going to have dinner together. As ever, the Holdens were tagging along too. They've been family for what, 10 years now? Tail fin moving side to side indicates it's a fish. Hey, at least we got that much. At least we know it's a fish. That tropical place? What's the tropical place? You hadn't really discovered the tropical restaurant until you were a bit older, but everyone's enthusiasm had resulted in so many visits that you'd more than made up for lost time. Liz and Lee were excited to squeeze in another trip before setting off again. Technically, you were getting ready to go out, though your mind was only half on the task. It was a pleasantly warm evening, the kind that epitomized the vacation feeling, and you were in no mood to spoil it by rushing around. While idly gazing at your room, you spotted a small cluster of unopened envelopes that must have been left for you by a parent earlier. You headed over to the table to flick through for anything of interest. I actually had Chinese for dinner tonight. That sounds really good. I don't know if I've had dinner. I made myself a delicious peanut butter sandwich at like 4 o'clock. I think my eating schedule's a little fucked, but that's okay. I'll have dinner after stream. As a child, any correspondence felt exciting due to its rarity. You recognize now that most of it was mundane, but you were checking any mail you got more regularly of late. There was something you were expecting. What am I expecting? You stopped at a crisp white envelope. The logo proudly proclaimed the sender, a school you'd applied to. We'll open it instantly. You had to see what it was going to say, regardless of whether it was good or bad, as soon as you could. You pulled apart the glued flap on the front of the envelope and extracted the letter. Your eyes darted over the message, rushing past the pleasantries to get to the heart of the matter. The blood pounding in your ears deafened you to the world outside that was contained within these letters. Your heart skidded to a halt as you read your verdict. You'd been accepted! Slay! My sister-in-law got accepted into a program recently, and it was really funny because before she even could read the email, it had confetti, and she goes, "I think I got accepted." And we were like, "Oh, really?" She's like, "Yeah, it was confetti." And my brother said, "What if they just put confetti on all of them, even if it says no?" How fucked up would that be? It did say yes, but just the idea of confetti, regardless of what it says, is really funny. I say dinner, but it was around 2:30 when I had it. It was a buffet, so there was enough of it to hold me over for the day. That's fair. These days, I don't, eat breakfast until almost lunchtime, and then I eat lunch, later in the afternoon. So then I end up eating dinner. Okay, so if I am cooking for more than myself, or my grandma cooks something, then I have dinner at a normal time, and then I have a second. So okay, it depends on what was made. If it was something that I really like, I'm gonna eat too much of it and make myself sick. But if it's not something that I'm overly excited to eat, then I'll have a normal small portion, and then I'll be hungry again in 2 to 3 hours and have a second dinner. But if I'm just cooking for myself, I don't think I eat dinner until 10, 11, sometimes later. Usually, though, if I haven't had dinner by 11:30, that's not happening. That shit's not happening. It feels kind of ridiculous to prepare dinner later than 11 o'clock at night, in my opinion. Especially because I have been trying not to stay up till 1 and 2 in the morning. So, anyway, we got accepted! We were ecstatic. Bouncing on the balls of your feet, you pressed the letter to your chest as your excitement bubbled over. Make the announcement at dinner. I'm gonna tell my mom. I guess we can let Cove be the first to know. That's the kind of shit Cove does. Let's bring it. Let's Let's return that energy. Wasting no time, you pulled up his number on your phone and ringed your boyfriend. You pressed your phone to your ear, waiting impatiently for the dull ringing to be replaced with Cove's voice. It took a few rings, but you were in luck. Cove picked up the call. Hi, Mel. You blurted your news without the customary preamble of a greeting. I got into college.
Seriously?
What? You heard him gasp before continuing, openly gushing over your good fortune. You know, what's crazy is the, like, automatic voice line of, seriously? Made it sound like he didn't think I could do it. Cove, be so fucking for real. That's amazing. It's incredible. You did it. Congratulations, Mel. There was another pause as you and Cove both marveled over the announcement. No, seriously, this is really, really big, and you deserve it so much. I know it'll be good for you. Thanks, I just had to tell you right away as soon as I knew. You heard Cove chuckle softly over the phone. Thanks, I appreciate it. You wanted to gush about the adventure lined up before you, a dream that you'd transformed into a plan, one that was soon to become your reality. He doesn't want to be the wait-at-home-all-day boyfriend. Hey, he has things going. He has a job. He's involved in charity work. He's passionate about, like, keeping the ocean clean. I forgot what his charity work was for. It was something, like, ocean life related. I do remember that. I don't remember their specific mission, but I'm sure Cove could tell me if I asked. He's got things. He's not just sitting at home. Your hopes were temporarily dashed as Mom called up from downstairs.
Hey.
It's almost time to go. Mel, you ready? Oh. You covered your phone with your free hand and turned away from the device, not wanting to deafen Cove. The yell was intended to reach another floor of your house, not an ear that was virtually inches away. Coming! You brought your mouth back to the phone. I gotta go. I'll see you soon.
I mean...
Yeah, there's something I meant to tell you too, but we can do that later. We're about to have dinner together. Tell me now! You could have told me now instead of telling me you had something to say. Please, Cove, save baby seahorses and protect the baby turtles. He'll do it. He will do it. I could see he's going into the ocean right now, fighting off pollution with his bare fucking hands. I think that's what their charity was for. I hate when people do that. Me too! Cove does this all the time. He's like, I have something to say, but I'll tell it to you later. Like, Cove, please. You could have just told me now. I'm literally right here, right now. He didn't get in. I don't think he applied to college, Barmy. It'd be weird if he got in and didn't apply. I don't know. Maybe he did and just didn't tell me. That piqued your curiosity, but you exchanged goodbyes and hung up. Hurriedly, you finished getting ready for the dinner, acutely aware that time was against you. Despite that, you didn't regret the time you'd spent on the phone. It had all been worth it to speak to Cove. Now I'm gonna tell my mom, so they're gonna be pissed that I didn't tell them. Maybe not pissed, but they're gonna be like, damn, I wish I would have known before everyone else. I hate that shit gives me anxiety. Truly. Like, I understand if you're gonna be like, hey, like, I need to talk to you about something over text, and it's, like, something serious, and you, like, make a plan. I still hate it. But I kind of understand it. I was sort of forced to go to college, just assumed everyone went. That's fair. I'm not gonna say I was forced to go to college, but it was the only option I had at the present. Because I didn't have some grand goal or passion. I didn't have, like, a goal or a passion. Well, like, I had things I was passionate about, but the things I'm passionate about are not things that you could easily make a job out of. So it was like, well, I guess I'll go to college, because, like, what the fuck else is there? But also, my mom is a very big believer in the importance of, like, good education and, like, having that opportunity to be educated. So it was very much pushed. So either go to college or start working, and my ass was not ready to be employed. I will tell you that right now. was not ready for that at 18. My parents wanted me to get a job, and we had went to several places applying, and I just never heard back from anything ever. My first job that I had was like basically cosplaying to children's birthday parties, and I only got it because a friend of mine worked there, like worked for the lady that like it was basically just like working for some lady out of her home on the weekends. And she was like, oh yeah, you can sing and you're really tiny and we already have costumes that would fit you. So like, sure. And I did that for a little while. But like most of the jobs that I've gotten were either just like they would hire just fucking anybody, or I had a friend that worked there already, and that's the only time I've been hired. Except for my camera operating job in college, but like that was the only one that they were like, yeah, like you know your shit. You've been doing this kind of thing for a while and you're studying it, so like hell yeah. Which felt great. It was with the yeah, you're not gonna take a gap year or community college. You don't have to tell me where you're from. I don't know where you're from, Barmy, but I know in the US gap years are not super common, because it's my understanding that a lot of scholarships you can get fresh out of high school, you can't get them if you take a gap year. I might be wrong, but that was what I understood. And some of the like terms and conditions, I don't fucking know. But I know gap years are not super common, at least in the southeast of the US. I only heard the phrase from British YouTubers. But yeah, like if I would have taken a gap year, I have no clue what I would have done. Like I would have just sat in my room, applied to jobs, and then not heard back. Because that's how the summer after high school went for me. So I think I'm a healthy, happier person because I went to college, but also at the same time, I ain't doing shit with my degree. I don't know. I have a weird relationship with it right now. Okay. You tore down the stairs, your feet barely touching the ground as you leapt from one step to the next. Your arrival, which compensated for excessive speed by creating a riot of noise, caught Mom's attention. Someone's hungry. Her eyes were twinkling, amused as she let you catch your breath. So what's the rush for? I got into college! Mom whooped, holding out a hand for a high five.
You're fantastic.
Nice, Mel! The commotion had summoned the other women from various corners of the house. Liz looked up from her book, grinning as Lee hurried over. Gap years in the southeast would have your parents making your life miserable. I will say, I lived with my parents throughout college. The only thing that would have been like making your life miserable is just being like, hey, when are you getting hired? As if I can control when I get hired. It would just be like, you should be applying to jobs. You should be doing all of this. And it's like, okay, but also I be doing that already. So like, I don't know what you want. I really don't know what my life would look like if I didn't go to college. Like, I think I might have ended up in a very similar place. Maybe. I really don't know. The things I would like to do with my life don't require a college education. It just requires you to fucking do them. Like, writing a book. Doing some sort of creative thing. But I'm still glad that I went, because I needed that buffer between, like, done with high school and having to enter the real adult world. I needed some sort of buffer because I was not ready for it. And in that sense, college was very good for me. But also, I do like to learn. I don't care if it's cringe to say. Sometimes learning is fun. And I liked getting to learn more things. It's more they assumed I would do nothing or just get my 2-year degree, which no, I told them I would look for work, but whatever. That's fair. Like, if you already had a plan, then it feels a little... Like, I could see why that would be frustrating. I, on the one hand, did not have a plan. I wasn't ready for all that. Almost still wasn't ready for it by the time I graduated college, but at that point, that's a me issue. I'm over 60 pages in my book so far. Oh, sick! I'm so fucking proud of you, J-Train. That is really exciting. That is so exciting. That's a lot of pages. Not like, I guess in the whole grand scheme of things, a lot of books are a lot longer than 60 pages, but that is still very impressive. I don't think I've ever written 60 pages of one story before yet. We're working on it. We're working on it. I was working a little bit on my silly little story that's not a fan fiction yesterday, and I'm very excited about it again. I think we had similar college experiences. I didn't know what I wanted to do in college. I never graduated, but I took a bunch of classes. Taking a bunch of classes would be fun. I know I toyed with the idea of going back and like studying geology. I have since decided I don't think I actually wanted to do that. I don't think I wanted to do that because none of the geology jobs I actually want to do. I just want to learn about geology and call it a day. So I changed my mind about that. I think my problem was I knew what I wanted to do, but it was things that are not smart to major in because you won't get a job. And so I was pushed into like studying IT and like computer science, and that shit did not work out. I swapped that so fast once I finally started taking classes. But like I know when I was in high school, I wanted to like be an author. Is what I wanted to do, and like study creative writing. I don't know what my life would look like if I had done that. I ended up doing film, and I really did enjoy that, and I've learned a lot of stuff that I should be using when I make videos. I've gotten kind of lazy with video essays. I'm gonna be so real. I just be writing my essays and then word vomiting on camera. I want to start getting more experimental again. But just like some of the technical know-hows, even for streaming, has helped a lot with like my new hobbies that I enjoy now. So that was kind of fun. Wasn't a plan and more the easy but safe path. Oh, that's fair. Okay. Like, if you're chasing something you're passionate about, if you don't have to have a college degree to do it, especially in this current economy and with the way that like student loans are getting kind of fucked over right now, maybe it would be better. I don't know. It all depends on the person, truly. Like, I think there are a lot of like valuable learning experiences that are harder to get outside of like college, but also being able to go to college is a privilege for most people. So it feels kind of weird to be like, you have to go, because not everybody wants to be saddled with thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars of debt. And that's understandable. That's my brother. He did not do all that. And he's doing just fine. Honestly, sounds like my high school experience. I was super into creative writing as well. That's fun. Why are we living the same life, J-Train? Why are we living the same life? Kind of adapting silly little fanfics that I wrote back in high school. That's so fun. I don't think I can do anything with the fanfics I wrote, because the ones that I finished were like trauma vent fics, and I think if I try to get those published, not a good idea. Not a good idea at all whatsoever. But I used to write a ton. I have a whole binder, like one of those big ass binders full of like writings from high school, because I did not consistently have a computer to write on when I was in high school, because one, I would write a lot in class. Two, I got into anime and crashed the family computer a couple of times watching anime on sketchy websites. So there were periods of time where the family computer did not work. So I wrote a lot like on paper, and I still have most of that. We really are living the same life at different time periods. Truly. Truly, that's so funny. Okay, let's get back to this game. Ma swept in from the side, wrapping an arm around your shoulders and squeezing you close.
Good job.
That's wonderful, sweetie. Hey, let Mom in on the hug. She wrapped her arms around you both without waiting for an invitation. Liz, her book neatly abandoned on the floor, tapped her hands in an applause as she walked up to you. Good job, Mel! Leah didn't hide her excitement, openly jumping for joy as she treated you to a thunderous applause. Love that for her. It's amazing! You're gonna be amazing! That's nice, but you shouldn't just stand there. Yeah, there's room for everyone. Your moms opened up the hug, both keeping an arm around you as they each held out another invite to Liz and Lee. Giggling, Lee dove into the hug. Liz rolled her eyes but allowed herself to be beckoned into the group hug. Your mom squeezed everyone together tightly. It's another thing I did, crash the family computer because of sketchy websites. Listen, I was just trying to watch the vampire anime because it was like 2011, right? I too had a very fundamentally changed adolescence years because of Twilight. Anyone that's watched me played Baldur's Gate 3 probably could have guessed that, actually. Welcome in, Styling Collective. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Mom's long hair brushed against your face as she turned to check the clock.
Let's go.
We could take this party on the road. We gotta head out for dinner soon. Nodding, you were aware that your attempts to finish getting ready had been cast aside in favor of congratulating you. I have to do a couple more things first. It won't take long. You hurried back upstairs, though getting ready to go out was the issue at hand. You couldn't stop your thoughts from drifting back to the future. Your mind was buzzing over the news you'd received and everything that would soon unfurl. Not really. Didn't think you liked vampires. Whew. Barmy, thank you for letting me know that I don't have my entire life just on display. Thank you for letting me know I still have an air of mystery. Everyone piled into the car. While it was marketed as being suitable to hold 5 people, in practice it made for a very tight fit. Your moms sitting in the front were fine. You, Liz, and Lee were squished into the back, Lee in the middle, wedged between you and your sister. But Mom was an excellent timekeeper. Thanks to her efforts, you pulled up near the restaurant on time. The process of getting out of the car was slightly easier than squeezing into it, with much less coordination required to release seatbelts than to secure them. You gave Lee a hand as she clambered out from the middle seat, then headed into the building as a group. A waiter greeted you as you entered. Ma let him know how many of you there would be in total, and he went to arrange the table that met your needs. Is this the place we went with Kyra in middle school? You like vampires you can fix. I like goth girls I can fix, judging from our Baldur's Gate 3 romance choices. Hey, I'm not trying to fix anybody, but like, if they grow as a person in the process, that's great. Love that for them. I just think it's so crazy. Like, I fucking loved Twilight in middle school. And I didn't realize how much of an impact that might have had on me as a person until Baldur's Gate 3 came out. And I was so normal and well-adjusted about Astarion. And one of my friends was like, yeah, you're a monster fucker. And I bet you liked Twilight too, didn't you? And I was like, whoa. Who told you? And then it just became a list of like all of the vampire things that I'm into. And it's like, okay, now that you mention it, maybe I do like vampires just like in general. And maybe that is where it started. I should read it again as an adult because I've seen people. That's crazy. And it was fucking Gizmo. It was Gizmo that did it, I think. I might be lying. This was like a year or two ago. I might be lying, but I'm pretty sure it was Gizmo. I've seen people read Twilight like as an adult who were like my age, I guess. And they were like, damn, this shit's crazy. Why the fuck were we reading that back then? I think it would be a fun experience because I have not touched those books since I was 14 years old. Like, I have not cracked them open since I was 14. And if I've learned anything over the past couple of years, going back to media that I liked at fucking 13, 14 years old is fucking crazy. some of the anime and shit that I was into back then. Call for help, truly. Don't fuck with vampires. Being a gold digger and only getting land and title don't hit the same. Rest in peace, Barmy. I'm not here for the gold digging. I don't know what I'm here for exactly. Because I think it's a little bit different depending on the vampire media. You love Twilight. We should do a readathon. I'm setting it up. How many people do you think we can convince to read Twilight with us, Hannah? How many people, how big of an event do you think we can make this be? I have all the books. I even have the little, like, novella about that, like, one girly. That was so specific. Anyway, we do. Hannah, cracking it open. He returned promptly to guide you to your seats. You perch comfortably in your chair, your head held aloft as if buoyed by today's good fortune. Your family settled down around you and all cheerful and looking forward to the evening ahead. Making a Discord channel? That's so funny. I will say, you know what's crazy? One last thing and we'll stop talking about Twilight unless people in chat want to talk about it more. Okay, so I think she released semi-recently the first book from Edward's perspective. I remember when the first chapter of that leaked online when I was in middle school. I've read the first chapter that leaked online when I was in middle school. I have not read the rest of it. And at this point, I don't think I care to. I liked Edward when I read it the first time, but I think if I were to read Twilight today, I don't think I would fuck with him that heavy. I'm sorry, I don't think I will. Alice was always my favorite of, like, that family anyway. So, and I've recently seen some, like, Bella Alice stuff that was like, damn, we could have been having that the whole time. If Stephanie Meyer was not Mormon, we could be having Vampire Yuri. At least Bella could read. I don't know if you're making a joke about me not reading in this game right now. Or me not reading, period. But hey, at least Bella could read. And I'm happy for her. Also loved Edward, and I also believed he would be an op. Me when I square up with fucking Edward Cullen. Seth is my boy. I was a wolf girl. I liked the wolf characters. I liked Jacob. I didn't have a super strong opinion on Edward versus Jacob because I thought both was cute. I was like, aw. Stop. I didn't know polyamory could have been an option back then. I think if I had read Twilight for the first time more recently, polyamory would have been an option for me. And that solves the shipping debate. The only answer is both. I didn't know that was an option back then, Hannah. I was like, what, fucking 12 years old when I first read the books? I didn't know that, like, you could do that. Because I didn't know anybody that was polyamory. I've never, like, I wasn't exposed to that as a concept until much older for some fucking reason. It was so simple. It was so easy. And that's why I didn't care. That's why I didn't care who she ended up with. Because I was like, both would be cute. Making fun of Fairy from ACOTAR. I've not read ACOTAR. I had no interest in reading it. But my sister-in-law did say it was pretty good. And that I could, like, borrow some of the books. I don't know. It's not necessarily piqued my interest. I didn't know that they couldn't read in it, though. Rest in peace. Your drinks order had just been taken when the Holdens came through the door. They were pointed in your direction, though with Mom waving an arm in the air, it was hardly necessary. Cove and Mr. Holden came to join you at the table. As greetings were being exchanged, Cove took a seat opposite to you. It had been left empty by unspoken acknowledgement that you and Cove would be wanting to sit together. And that's just how it's been since we were like 8 years old, I fear. So deadass, I will do a readathon. I think it would be interesting. I think it would be interesting. We could have like a book club about it. We could like write a little essays. Because I feel like I've seen a lot of people talk about like all of the like toxicness in it. And I was not that smart when I read Twilight. The last time I read Twilight, not that smart. I did not know about these things. I was walking into situations not realizing. So, I think on that front, it would also be very interesting. Overlord, welcome in. How are you? We did not sleep with Cove. We've not had that option yet. But if it ever comes up, I might be too scared to take it. Sorry, Overlord. I'll have to look it up. If it comes up and you want me to pick it, I think I will have to do a quick little Google to see if I can do it on Twitch. I'm sorry. We've been yapping. We're currently yapping about Twilight, Overlord. Hannah and I are planning to read the books for the first time as adults. Oh, Overlord! We did go on a road trip with Cove and we saw his hot mom. And then we spent the night in his room at his mom's house and he slept on the floor. He didn't want to share the bed with me, which, you know, that's fine. I prefer to sleep by myself anyway. But I offered and he said, no, I'll stay on the floor. Okay. I mean, I get it. A good sleep on the floor is nice. It's a slow burn. We'll get nasty post-divorce in our 40s post-divorce. That's crazy. You read the first book, and I was like, I don't think I want to finish the series. That's fair, J-Train. That's absolutely fair. I don't know how old you were when they came out. You don't have to tell us. I don't know how old you were when they came out. That shit was like crack cocaine to 12-year-olds, though. I don't know what it was about the Twilight series that had 12-year-olds in a fucking chokehold. Oh my gosh. Can I share a memory with you guys? So I was like 12 when Twilight was like poppin', right? My mom would not let me read the last book. I don't know what she expected it to be like, but she said, hey, you're not really old enough to read a book where people have sex. And I said, okay. She said, wait till you're a little bit older. And I was like, okay. And then I went to school and checked it out of the school library and read it anyway. And then like 3 months later, I turned 13 and she got me the book for my 13th birthday. And it was like, great. I totally haven't read half of this book already. Thank you. To this day, she does not know that. To this day, I don't think she ever knew that I started reading it before I was allowed to. It's never come up in conversation. The only way she would find out is if she or like my dad were just somehow watching this stream. But considering it is past her bedtime, I highly doubt that. Mom would not let me. That's crazy. We have the same mom, Hannah. But yeah, she was like, I don't think you're old enough to be reading this book. When I read it at like the 12 to 13 age, I was like, what is she talking about? There's nothing crazy here. There's no smut. They just like do their thing and like good for them. It's not like described in any egregious way from what I remember. Again, I was like 12, so some things might have gone over my head because I'm notoriously stupid about certain things. Especially back then. It'll be our secret. Hopefully they aren't watching your stream right now. Yeah, I highly doubt they are. It'll be our secret. I just remembered that. I think that's really funny. Because I remember, like, I was sitting in my room with the door closed. Like, so I had, like, a little corner that was, like, blocked off by my bed, kind of. And I loved to read in that little corner. And it would have been really easy to hide shit in that corner. So I was just sitting in that corner reading. And I was like, I don't understand why she thought this was going to be such a big deal to read. And to this day, I don't. Maybe if I read it again with Hannah, I'll figure it out. But I think it was being over the top for real. It was crazy. She's let me listen to the audiobook, but I couldn't read it. Now, how does that make sense? How does that make sense? I think your mom needs to be studied, Hannah. My mom wouldn't let us read the Harry Potter books because of the witchcraft or whatever. Yeah, I luckily did not grow up in a family like that. We were allowed to not indulge in witchcraft. We were allowed to read about witchcraft or whatever. The books were popular when I was like 15. Never read them, but I watched the first movie at 17. The movies, oh my gosh. I liked them. I haven't seen them since I was 14, basically. I've not watched Twilight in a long time. I liked them, but also they were goofy. The first one was goofy as hell. Also not the best adaptations, but I also remember being super mad about like a side character being left out of the book, and like it was never that serious. I don't even know why I was mad about it. It was also, that was also in the era though where like teenagers were always like, oh, just read the book. The books are always better. And they were like that about everything. It is that serious, Hannah. I promise you it was not. But it was just like the era of reading was always better and movies will never do a book justice, which is just not even fucking true. And it wasn't even true back then. Like, there were great movies that were like adaptations of books and they did it well. Can't forget the side character. Hannah, she was so unimportant that they left her out of the movies and it changed nothing. I don't even remember what the character's name was. It changed nothing about the story to just leave her out. Sparkly Boy was gloomy and doomy. I never watched the rest. Damn, you're not into doomy, gloomy, sparkly boys, Overlord? I think I've connected some dots. I think I've connected some dots. Baseball scene is peak. It was the color grading in that movie. Somebody play that song about like everything being blue. Play it. Robert Pattinson did make a good Bruce Wayne. I've not seen Batman, but I did hear that like the like newer Batman movie that he was in was really good. He's a great Batman. You know what? I'm happy for him. I am happy for him that he has been able to pursue his acting career past Twilight. I know, like, when you're in a franchise, people get to know you for that franchise, and sometimes it can be kind of hard to, like, move past that. I'm glad he's made it work. Demonic Symbiote, welcome in. How are you? I hope you're doing well. We're trying to play this game, but we're also yapping. Right now, we've been yapping about Twilight for, like, the past 30 minutes or so. I don't know how long it's been. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well. Alright, everyone knows that Cove and I are clingy as fuck. Mr. Holden sat beside him. Of course he sat next to his dad. It's great to see you. Glad you could make it. Hello, everyone. You wouldn't believe how hungry I am.
I see.
You came to the right place then. How come we're not getting any sprites? This is so sad. There was some laughter, though Liz groaned playfully, shaking her head at Mom's sense of humor. Growing up, she'd have complained, and Mom would have responded by making another comment. Liz had mellowed over the years, but she still made a show of despairing at Mom's jokes. Her reaction to them had become a joke in its own right. That's me every time someone is disgustingly in love and I say it's gross. It's a bit, and that I'm very committed to. The news were soon passed around as a temporary hush fell over the table as everyone read. It didn't last long, punctured by comments about what people had eaten here before and light chatter about what people were considering tonight. Once the waiter had disappeared with your orders, Cliff piped up.
Okay.
So, I've got some good news. Kyra's we get to see his mom again! I don't think that's happening in-game. Kyra's making a trip out here tomorrow. Cove nodded, turning from his father to the rest of the table. Yeah, we talked about it and figured it was a good time for everyone.
Very nice.
That's great. Everyone reacted positively to the news, though Ma looked wistful.
That's a shame.
If only we'd known. Here we are, having a big meal without her. If we'd waited one day, she could have joined us. Mom patted Ma on the back, gently nudging her from the realm of possibilities and what ifs, and back to the evening that was going so well. I mean, we could just do this again. That's still a possibility. Doing good. I just finished the Frieza saga and Dragon Ball Z manga, and Planet Namek ended up exploding in the end of the arc. Damn, that's crazy. That's crazy. I hope you're enjoying reading Dragon Ball. Chin up. Lee and Liz will still be here tomorrow. We'll just have to throw another get-together and keep the fun train chugging along. That's what I'm saying. Ma smiled warmly, taking Mom's hand in hers. That's true. There's plenty to celebrate right now, but there will be more good news and good times on the horizon.
Right.
And speaking of, that's not all we've got either. Mr. Holden's eyes were alight as he sat up straight in his chair, face angled towards his son. Planet Namek exploding was the longest 5 minutes ever. Did they spend 5 minutes of the anime on that? That's wild. He barely let a beat go by before nudging Cove with his elbow, pushing him to follow up on the announcement. He was the very picture of a proud papa. Cove shied from the limelight, ducking his head down and staring at his lap as he spoke.
Well,
It's just, I've switched over to working full-time instead of only part-time. Plus, I've been looking at apartments. There's a few I can choose from. He flicked his gaze up at everyone around the table, a smile creeping over his face. I'll be pretty busy going forward. Apartments. He was moving. Cove was going to move out of his dad's house. After 10 years, he wasn't going to be your neighbor anymore. That's crazy. They spent several episodes waiting for that 5 minutes to expire. Oh. It was 5 minutes in universe. I see what you mean. That's wild. Frieza got cut in half by one of his own techniques. That's crazy. I feel like we should be tagging Dragon Ball spoilers. But also, I guess that was, like, that's been out, what, decades? I really don't know what the etiquette is on spoilers for that. Frieza became a pizza slice is crazy. Not the Frieza pizza flavor. Mr. Holden gripped one of Cove's shoulders and gave it a loving shake. His excitement couldn't be contained. Incredible. Cove's actually going to make it to adulthood. It's a miracle. Mr. Holden leaned back in his chair, staring up at the ceiling in mock wonder.
I'm so glad.
I wasn't convinced I'd be able to rear the kid all the way to this point, but thankfully I lucked out and got the best boy a dad could have asked for. Dad? Cove blinked his vision with his hands on his... Cove blinkered his vision with his hands on the side of his face, temporarily blocking his father from sight. Despite his genuine bashfulness, which left him unable to meet anyone's eyes after all the attention thrust his way, he was happy. The Discord is against me? Wait. Let me pull it up on my phone. Are they throwing tomatoes at you, Hannah? If Frieza was a pizza flavor, he would be anchovy, I think. Okay. Yeah. He could be anchovy. Yes! Not them throwing tomatoes at you, Hannah. But did you do this in the K server? They don't understand us. That's so funny. And not everyone is saying no. Not everyone's saying no, and one person swapping to yes once they realized it was going to be more than Twilight. They're so mean. I can't believe they don't want to indulge in my middle school hyperfixation. Did I just take a screenshot? I did not mean to. Anyway. I just want to be silly goofy. I'm so sad. I'm sorry, Hannah. We'll just have to, like, get everyone in VC and then read aloud. That's embarrassing. Let's not do that. Change my mind. Although, don't people, like, stream themselves reading books? I remember a couple of my friends telling me about the guy who voices Hua Chung in Heaven Official's Blessing English dub also, like, streams himself reading the books. Or did. We blast an audiobook. We are the audiobook, Hannah. All I can say is Sebastian and Undertaker wouldn't stand a chance against Freyza because all Freyza could do in Black Butler universe is destroy the planet. All he could do is just destroy the planet. Yeah. You're right. Boom, that's that for the Black Butler characters. Damn. I can't believe you would say that on this day. The day where a Black Butler chapter came out and we got graced with the most beautiful woman in the series. We keep getting new characters, and every single one of them beautiful, stunning, obsessed. Accidentally screenshotting? Listen, it looked like there was a little bit of grease or something on my S key, and so I went to wipe it off. I didn't know it did anything. It's usually F12 to screenshot. Yeah, they do. It's so funny. Anyway.
Thanks.
I was really lucky too. You're a good dad.
Aw.
They're having a wholesome moment. In public is gross. Mr. Holden threw an arm around Cove's neck, pulling him into as close of a hug as the seating allowed. He rubbed his cheek on the top of his son's head while Cove chuckled, accepting the affection with good humor. Maud leaned over and whispered in your ear, her fingertips brushing against your cheeks. Would you like to tell Cove and Mr. Holden? Cove's dad is the only person at this table that doesn't know I'm going to college, because I've told everyone else already. I'm so sorry to do that to Cliff. Anyway. Technically, Mr. Holden was the only one who didn't actually know at this point, but your mom didn't find out about your call with Cove. Sure. As the spotlight thrust on Cove dimmed, you decided it was as good as time as any to make your own announcement. Can I share some news too? Of course. I got my acceptance letter today. I'll be going to college soon. Mr. Holden gave you a thumbs up. Why am I literally Cove's dad?
Good kid.
Okay, he actually did say something after that. Never mind. Impressive. You're a good kid. The world's your oyster. Cove grinned at you from across the table. He was still very pleased for you, despite this not being the first time he's heard about it. You looked around at the faces of the company here. You'd only been on this journey with everyone here for years, seen them falter and grow, and they had watched you go through the same. Now you were striking out on a new path. Cove was leaving his family home, Liz was heading back to college, while Lee was starting at hers. You were all heading in different directions, to different destinations. Some near and some far, but it wouldn't be long until you were all going your own way. I do the thumbs up too. Hey, it's just so great to hit him with a thumbs up. It feels great. It was bittersweet. You turned your head to the side, wistful, not wanting to spoil the evening with your troubles. You were glad that everyone was succeeding, but the idea of splitting up gave you a twinge of regret. I hate this. Okay, this feeling is why sports animes act like the upperclassmen are fucking dying when they graduate. That's why they get sent off like they're dying. Thumbs up, ironically, comes in clutch. Yeah, both things are true. Unironically and ironically comes in clutch. It's just that versatile. These people had been key pillars of your life. Days ahead without them, no matter how bright and shiny, felt a little empty, like a theme park after closing time. Your mind focused on the sweet side. New adventures were still ahead, and you could encourage that optimism. Cope brought some attention to himself with a clearing of his throat and a small interjection. I'm gonna stretch my legs while we're waiting for the food and everything.
Sure.
With a tiny smile, he nodded at his dad, but the lightness of his expression faded when he moved to face you. Okay, wanna come? He was attempting to be subtle, but there was very obviously something on his mind, something he wanted to talk to you about alone. You watched him with concern as you rose from your seat. Yeah, I'll go. Take care! With those parting words, the two of you walked about the place. He was trying to get as far away from everyone else as possible, without actually exiting the building. What did you need to say? He hadn't admitted that was what this was about, but he didn't need to. Yeah, he's kind of the least subtle person on the planet. So excited about the eventual Blue Cult arc in the anime because they teased it in the final episode of the Emerald Witch arc. I am also very excited to see the Starlight 4 and the Phantom 5. I'm very excited for the idol era of Black Butler. Also, I think the merch we're gonna get is gonna be so fucking goofy, and I'm excited. Less excited about the horrors that lay ahead. But we should be getting lots of new music, and I'm excited about that as well. I will remember you, you'll remember me. Don't let your life pass you by. Hold on to the memories. The song played at every high school graduation. I'm gonna be real, chat. I don't remember my high school graduation that clearly. I'm sure they played music. What it was, couldn't tell you. Simply couldn't tell you. That shit was 10 years ago. Oh, Zenith finally realized that Overlord's here, and vice versa. Cove started pulling on the hem of his shirt. He turned his head back to face you, but it was an awkward movement. Well, I wanted to talk to you one-on-one about all this. You know, my work, moving. That's what I meant when we talked before dinner. I mean, it was coming before, but now it's pretty much here. Yeah, it's exciting. I can already tell that those last 2 episodes of Blue Cult Arc in the anime are gonna be something. Screaming and crying and throwing up about it already, and it's not even been animated. I think about that at least once a week, especially, let's keep it a little spoiler free, because I have some friends in chat currently tonight that don't know what we're talking about, and I'd like to keep it that way, as spoiler free as possible. When I see certain characters, especially because a lot of people have been sad posting about them on Tumblr, I just sit there and think, damn, that's gonna get animated soon. And I have a moment of silence, at least once a week. Pretty sure they played that Green Day song at my graduation. Damn, that's crazy. We're not going to see each other arc was going to happen. I just guessed it was because he didn't get into the same college. I mean, yeah, life goes different ways. I guess that is the one thing about childhood friends to lovers trope, is that you guys are either going to be attached to the hip 24/7 all of the time, or there's going to come a time where that attached to the hip 24/7 has to stop for a little while. Didn't even graduate. Dad got me a job a month after I turned 18. Really? Interesting. Cool that he was able to get you a job, though. It really is who you know. 9 times out of 10. Not a single clue. I'm still on chapter 4. Overlord, are you actually interested in reading Black Butler? I know you and Kel, who have started reading it, have said you don't care about spoilers, but this is major spoilers in the character death shape, and Hannah doesn't know about it. And I'm gonna keep it that way until we get there. And a couple of my IRLs that will lurk in chat sometimes do not know about it. And I've been fighting demons for 10 years to make sure they keep not knowing about it until it gets animated, because they don't read the manga. Don't worry about it, Hannah. Don't worry about it. You probably don't even like those characters. You probably don't even like those characters. It's fine. It'll be so fine. You've been friends with a high school dropout for a while. I think you are not the only one actually, you might. No, I don't think you're the only one I know. I know a couple others that had to drop out as well. Sometimes things just happen, and that's just how life goes. Hannah, I mean this so lovingly and respectfully. What did you expect out of Black Butler? Like, once we got far enough into it that you saw the vibe, we know that this series is either going to end with my sweet baby boy dying, or some fuck shit happening and your nasty little demon man being absolutely royally fucked over. It is not going to be there's no way that there's going to be a happy ending for Black Butler. And we've known that from day fucking one. Leave me and my son out of this. Hannah, I mourn every day for my son's future. And this has been my life for so fucking long. I'm so normal about this series. I don't care about spoilers, but I have been on chapter 4 for months now. I'd kind of got the impression that you might have just picked it up to see what it was and then dropped it, which is fine. But if you are actually interested in reading it, it does get better. It does get better. It's fine. I'm basically as skilled as a high school dropout. Barmy, rest in peace. Me too. Especially since my reading and writing is dying. Like, what the fuck? How did I get through college? Barmy, are you experiencing something like burnout or like autistic burnout or whatever? I'm not saying you are autistic because I don't know you. You could be. Cause when I went through burnout, I was experiencing like skill regression as well. And that sounds like what you're going through. And you should probably be a lot more patient with yourself, buddy. Me and my husband are going to raise our son in the countryside. What are you talking about? Me, my husband, and our twink boyfriend. Ours? I thought Mildred Vladis was mine and Sebastian's, but we can share. I feel so normal about this stupid man who shows up and just does nothing but, like, cuts himself in public and is like, do you remember who I am now? Like, okay, calm down, buddy. Nobody knows who you are, but I love him. The drama of it all. That's a sentence. I fucking love you, Hannah. Zenith, you gotta get into Black Butler. It's not peak media or anything, but, like, it's pretty good. It can be life-changing if you're 13. I have no clue. Post-crash out spelling is harder. Reading requires more reading. I mix up different words that sound the same. Yeah, no, that sounds like burnout and skill regression. It does get better, Barmy. It really does. Good luck. Getting a nice college degree got me a nice paying job in an office. Thanks to my degree, I can get a similar position in a different country. You know what? I'm happy for you, Overlord. I'm very happy for you. Thank you, thank you. We love that for you too, Hannah. You and your husband and our twink boyfriend that all three of us are sharing. Okay. Cove stopped picking at his shirt and seemed to respond well to that response. He was relieved you weren't upset about it. I'm glad you think so. But then he looked down and his brows furrowed. You saw his hand shift away from his clothes to instead rub at his arm. Are you looking forward to it? I am.
I mean...
Well, I'm trying to be. He ducked his head further and you saw his face start to redden. But it's scary. What if I mess everything up for me? For us? I should not hit him with the "it was never meant to be" from Dream SMP, because I don't think he would find that funny. But it would be funny. Maybe in like a fucked up kind of way. So you're saying you're going to dress up as the future for Halloween? What? Will be sweet, because while that's funny, I don't really know what that means. Could never ruin what we have. You're so nice to me. Cove then turned his head away and wrapped his arms around himself. You felt a sudden chill that definitely wasn't caused by the air conditioner. I promise I'm not going to keep asking this forever, but so much of our lives has been this place with these people. It seems like all of that is about to change. So, are you really sure you want me? You remembered that night of the Orca fundraiser when you admitted you loved Cove and that you wanted to be with him always. He seemed so confident about it then, but now that you were on the brink, his words came out hesitantly. He didn't want to ask this. He didn't want to know.
That's...
I'm not just talking about today, but forever. Always. Even if things change later, right now, do you feel we can make it? Or do you think we can't last? That one day we'll have to move on? Girl, I don't fucking know. Zenith, are you popping off in Marvel Rivals? Are you popping off in Marvel Rivals, Zenith? Alright, we'll keep calm. I feel like that's what he needs right now. You understood his concern. It was definitely hard to imagine what would happen. However, you didn't let yourself get upset. I'm yours as long as you want me. You looked at Cove, who seemed utterly touched. You had a feeling that he couldn't imagine not wanting you. Cove laughed with a delicate smile on his face. Okay, you win. I wanted to prepare myself for the horrifying unknown, but you're kind of giving me no choice but to be optimistic here. And that's the kind of aura I bring to the party. His eyes sparkled with mischief. Strong armor. Damn. Didn't have much of a choice there, truly. Play my campaign with customs in? Bagged a baddie? Oh? Not you bagging a Astarion. Everyone knows bagging a baddie could only be talking about Astarion and not the rest of the baddies that make up the main cast. No, but for real, who did you get? Oh no, I can't believe you're being forced to have hope about life. His lips twitched up at your sarcasm.
Right?
I know, how am I gonna get past this? He gave a small smile, then stopped joking around. Thanks for listening to me, Mel. It helped. You felt pleased that his anxiety had eased after talking it out. Want to go back to the table? I bet everyone's wondering what we've been up to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot what we were doing here. That'd probably be good. Was Tandy but Astarion's cool too? Patty implies the existence of a goodie. And is that not Will Ravengard? Is he not the goodest of good boys of all time? It truly does not get gooder than Will Ravengard. And he's a baddie, in the sense that he's hot. That's Auntie Ethel. Not Auntie Ethel being your goodie. With matching smiles, you both reclaimed your seats at the table. Both of you felt lighter and it showed. Will is the homie. I love Will Ravengard. Truly, the man of all time. But that's about it. No one else. Karlak is also a goodie. Goodest girl to ever exist. She's got golden retriever energy. You seem happy. What was that? Yeah, it looked like you were having quite the conversation over there. It's neighbor stuff. Sorry. I used to be your neighbor. He waved off their questions and you didn't offer any explanations. They still seemed curious, but caught that Cove wanted it to stay between the two of you and let it drop. Things relaxed and you took a sip of your drink. Lee idly tapped the table and got your attention. I'm so excited to try this place. They're so cute. I love Lee. Hotties? So true, Hannah. Everyone in Baldur's Gate. Absolute hottie. Bro always has the biggest smile when talking to me. I headcanon he gives us tips on rizzing. He probably does. Dragon Age big 2 personality, Shadowheart, baby girl, ultramodded. Wait. You didn't mean DA is an abbreviation for Dragon Age. Sorry, I felt like I was having a stroke trying to read that sentence. You meant it as like the big 2 personalities, Shadowheart, baby girl. I see. Sorry. Sometimes I feel like I just learned how to read. Anyway. Gooner Lord, settle down. Not the Gooner Squad. I'm not sure if I've ever really eaten here. It's more Mel's place than mine. Let's hope it's good. All the restaurants in the area are pretty top-notch in my humble opinion. We'll see. It was a challenge issued. Liz carried herself like some sort of professional food critic, and Mom snorted. Tough crowd. Jeez, Liz. Ma giggled and chimed in as well, much to Liz's embarrassment. That's right, Lizzie. Jeez. Oh, jeez Louise. Jeez. Liz put a hand over her eyes in mock offense.
Rude.
I hardly say geez anymore. Cove smirked and turned to your sister. You leaned forward in your seat.
Huh.
Geez. Everyone burst out laughing, besides Liz, of course. She smirked. No one could ever accuse your family of being no fun. Night fell soon after everyone finished their meals, and before you knew it, you were standing in the parking lot saying your goodbyes and packing up the cars to go home. After the last of the chores were done, your family spent some more time together. The rest of the night felt like it was going by in a blink of an eye, and somehow the time came to retire to your room to sleep. You pulled your covers up under your chin and settled down for the night, getting warm and cozy. As your head sank into your pillow and you closed your eyes, your mind drifted back to everything that happened that day. You could see it all now, behind your eyelids, as though you were experiencing it all over again. And then the image of Cove popped into your head, and you smiled softly to yourself. Where's the that's Pookie option? Wait, we can climb into his window? Well, we got it. Equality, you know? He can't just be sneaking into our window all the time. If Cove could do it, then you didn't see why you shouldn't be allowed to. You made up your mind. As quietly as you could manage, you put on your shoes and slipped out of your room, closing the door behind you softly. Heading slowly down, you took care not to make the floor creak, especially the boards right by the bathroom. Those definitely squeaked. I don't even need to take my companions out anymore. I just make customs. Widow just sniped Cazador. Like, Widow from Overwatch? Or, no, it's probably Widow from Marvel Rivals. They're both snipers. It's very confusing. I had Punisher wipe out the fucking monster hunters. You have Punisher in your game? Interesting. How did you adapt him? Or do you have mods that add, like, Artificer, so you can have guns? The stillness of the night made even the slightest sound seem so much louder to your ears, and you were very aware of your mom sleeping nearby. Upon reaching the bottom, you tiptoed towards the front door. Slipping out into the crisp night air, you shut the door and took a relieving breath. Excitement rising, you dashed across the street toward Cove's house. The road, too, was surreal at this hour, familiar and yet strange. It might have been eerie at another time, but with how eager you were, you hardly cared. You attempted to find your way from the normal footpath to the side of the condo, but the limited light was making it difficult. You knew for sure which window was Cove's, and lucky for you, it was on the first floor. Unlike Cove, you wouldn't have to do any building scaling. All you needed to do now was make it safely over the fence and past the bushes without being caught or injured. Sneaking closer, you glanced over the hedges towards Cove's bedroom window, finding it cracked open. Perfect. We're gonna scare the fucking life out of this man. You wouldn't have to knock and worry about him not answering. Just making our way in. That's crazy. Artificer guns plus mods that also add guns, like the sniper I always give to Hannah. Finally finishing that playthrough, by the way. Oh, that's fair. I forgot that, like, people just make mods to add guns without it being, like, D&D. That makes sense. Hoisting yourself up with ease, you cleared the fence and avoided the shrubs, then darted over to the window. You buzzed with a nervous excitement as you approached it in the dark, having successfully made it all the way here unseen. Lifting the window up so it was fully open, you pushed yourself halfway through, your legs dangling into the underbush below. It was a little awkward, as a small shelf was right in the way. You had to take care not to knock over a couple of plants, but you made it through with minimal noise. Cove's house is haunted, guys, and it's haunted by us. Muzzle loaders, I presume? Think so. Oh, is that the mod? Is that what it's called? Once safely inside, you dusted yourself off and turned back to close the window gently, with only the soft glow of moonlight as Cove's fish tank there to see the way. You gave a small wave to the special fish you got to name. Wachong, I forgot we named it after gay Danmei characters. Then, straining your eyes through the dark, you crept towards Cove's bed, barely making out the sleeping figure beneath the covers. Cove's house is haunted. By us. Oh, a general term for ye olde firearms. Okay. I did not know that. Thank you for explaining. By the sounds of his soft breathing, you could tell that he hadn't heard you come in, and a small smile tugged at your lips. Whispering is giving haunting, and I think I would do that, actually, because it's funny. It being one shot is part of the aura. Okay, work. Love that. Cove? You figured he must be in a deep sleep as he continued snoozing away. Positioning your lips beside his ears, you tried again. Cove, wake up. This time, he sleepily blinked his eyes and mumbled something incoherent beneath his breath. House is haunted. Hey, I wanted to come over. Is that alright? He let out a yawn and rolled towards you, waking up just enough to understand the question, but not the full context. A faint smile appeared on his face. Yeah. I want you here. He reached for you, his arms wrapping around your neck as he pulled you towards him. When your foreheads touched, he gave a satisfied sigh. Then, as if totally unaware of what he had done, he started dozing off again. This man is not afraid of ghosts, truly. You snickered quietly to yourself as you sat there. He could figure it out on his own. And after a few more seconds, he did. Wait, no? Yes, I am here. He shuffled under the covers and sat up to stare at you in alarm.
What?
Why are you in my room? What happened? A smile slipped into your face as he finally registered your presence for real. I guess we'll hug him. Leaning forward, you wrapped your arms around Cove, feeling him freeze for a brief moment. When he relaxed and hugged you back softly, you let out a small sigh.
It's okay.
Doesn't really matter why you came. You held him for a little while longer, letting his hug relax you until you pulled back and looked at him gently. I should have known you'd do this one of these days. It's only fair. You let out a breath, feeling relieved that he didn't seem bothered by it. In fact, it felt kind of good. You thought maybe this enthusiasm was why Cove did it so often. He pushed himself up fully, swinging his legs over the side of the bed and leaving a spot for you beside him. His hands shook where he held them in his lap. He was nervous. Oh, he doesn't like having the tables flip. I guess he doesn't. It's not that he doesn't like it. It's just different. You could stay as long as you want. Really? Yeah, really. I'll go home soon then. How long do you want me to stay?
Well,
To be honest, there aren't a lot of situations where leaving you is ever what I want. I guess only when I annoy you and you need space. Does that happen often? You chuckled softly, doubting that would happen anytime soon. Okay. Alright, I won't go anywhere. His face lit up as he settled in even more. I've secretly slept over in your room before. It's fair you get to do it too. You snickered, feeling pleased with your decision to do this. It looks like you might be getting the floor yet again. I guess we won't make him take the floor this time. We did break into his house. Here we go again. You rolled your eyes and let out a soft laugh, which Cove returned as he rubbed at the back of his neck. No, seriously, you could have the bed. I guess we'll just share it. That makes sense. Yeah, I guess we could do that. Nothing is stopping us. Holding back your amusement, you tried not to grin at his bashfulness. He obviously hadn't thought it through completely, but at least he was up for it. We're gonna share the bed? Girl, have you ever read that there was only one bed trope? It's not gonna go like that, I don't think. It depends on the fanfic, actually. You could hear the tremble in Cove's voice as he held his hands together to keep them from shaking. Actually, maybe not. Your eyebrows rose at how quickly he changed his mind, but when you saw he was serious, you let out a sigh. Hey, that's fair. I'm also a personal space enjoyer. I'm sorry. I'll do it. I can do it. I want to do it. Do you? I just need a second. Do you? Well, you being nervous is making me feel nervous, but our character is to stay calm. We've been doing that. You simply waited for him to ready himself and gather his nerves. It only took a couple of moments longer before he turned to you, attempting a weak smile. Ready? We're just sleeping, right? Let's get in there. He took another deep breath and you slipped under the covers, making room for him to get in after you. I think Overlord is pleased with the with the decisions that are being made here tonight. Let's go. I'm pretty sure we are only snoozing. I'm pretty sure that's all that is happening. But now I'm scared. Okay, he took another deep breath and you slipped under the covers, making room for him to get in after you. Laying as straight as a steel rod, Cove tensed up beside you till he still was barely breathing at all. I do that. Now I'm gonna have to make fun of myself, because, like, reading it, seeing it, not be myself, that's fucking ridiculous. Damn, why is Cove just me? Is Cove autistic? I think I'm projecting. You rested on your side and faced him, your eyebrows pinched in the middle as you watched him. He looked back at you deeply. All of a sudden, he started trembling and shaking more than ever, and then he scrambled out of bed. We do not have to share the bed. I can't tell if he genuinely does not want to do this, but is trying to because we want to, or if he wants to do it, but it's just so different, or if it's, like, nervous for, like, intimacy reasons. And Cove might be autistic for real. Okay, because, like, that's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking. That's what it's giving. Like, they just made me a green-haired man. And, like, threw in some other characteristics, because I'm not exactly like Cove. But it's like, sometimes, this is the kind of realism I've never seen before. We are not making an Antivan milk sandwich, Zenith. I still don't know what that is. Zevran never told me. I asked and he just chuckled. You bolted upright, leaning back on your hands as you stared at him in shock. Are you all right? Yeah, I'll be back. I just need some more time. He ran a hand through his hair in exasperation and paced around the room, breathing heavily. You were worried for him, but completely at a loss for what to do. As though he could read your mind, he spoke again.
Don't worry about it.
It's fine. Neither, and I want to know so badly. You see, I think it would be funny to know what an Antivan milk sandwich is. But I also know, given the context we do know about it, I'm gonna find out and say, that's so fucking disgusting, and I might even throw up a little bit. Depending on what it is. I have seen a couple of things on the internet that did make me almost throw up. That I feel like could be similar in vein to an Antivan milk sandwich. Possibly. I don't know. It's just one of those things I need to know. It's like a fucking unscratchable itch. Curiosity killed the cat. I know if I ever find out what it is, I'm gonna hate it. So maybe I'm better off not knowing. Sometimes I'll be scrolling on TikTok and somebody will make a vague post about something, like something gross like that, or like a TikTok that they saw that definitely was against terms of service, and I'll read through the comments to try to get some context, and I'll get just enough context to realize, oh, if I actually look into this to try to figure out what's going on, I'm gonna regret it. And it's not always for sexual things. Sometimes, because I know there was a trend going around where people were showing their, like, depression rooms, and there was one that, like, allegedly had, like, a bunch of maggots and, like, dead animals in it, and I said, I don't need to see that. I don't need to see that at all. I will not be clicking that blue link on TikTok. Last time I did that, I saw an actual dead body, and I don't really want to be doing all that. I didn't think it was real. I've learned to not fuck around and find out on TikTok. Anyway, sorry Cove had to hear that ramble. Hope whoever is doing better. Yeah, like, I understand when somebody's living space gets to that point, there are mental health issues involved, and I do hope they are doing better. I also just know I don't need to be looking at it on TikTok. He assured you between heavy, gasping breaths, but you were having trouble believing him. We don't have to do this. Give me the option to say, hey, bud, it's okay, we don't have to. You don't have to have a panic attack about it, please. I get it. I get it. I will leave. He bent over with his hand on his knees like he had just run a marathon. You were even more concerned. The fucking panic attack over this is stressing me out, and now I'll sleep on the floor. I'll do it. This isn't a problem, just a process. He held up a hand to reassure you, and with nothing left to do, you sank back down into the bed and let him have his space he obviously needed. Okay, take all the time you need. And it did take some time for him to finish working out his nervous energy and steady his breathing to an even rhythm, but eventually he collected himself enough to relax. You tentatively glanced over at him, watching as he let out one last deep sigh before turning back to you. Can I come back still? Buddy, it's your bed. Of course. You smiled reassuringly and shuffled over to make space for him. He immediately perked up as he slipped back into bed beside you, though was still careful not to get too close. Thank you for waiting again, as always. He laughed shyly, his soft eyes meeting yours through the dim light.
Are you okay?
It's like he heard me being stressed. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm gonna nod my head quietly. He let out a deep breath, relief written on his face. He shuffled closer, an inch at a time. How big is this fucking bed? Before nuzzling into your neck and wrapping his arms around your side. What is the difference between these? We can hug him back. I don't know if that'll freak him out. Your fingers gently brushed up and down his back as you held him close. The room grew quiet around you. The only sounds to be heard were the faraway crash of the ocean waves and your breath mingling in the small space between you. Overlord is pleased with the advancements of things. Perfect timing, best buddy. Overlord's just sitting there, like, you don't kiss him every time the option comes up. We're trying to get freaky, and I've just been holding us back from getting freaky. He's gotta take whatever he can get. Cove's heart was pounding, the thump of it rumbling through you as he spoke again softly.
That's...
You know, I'm not scared of you, right? Just so many other things that scare me. Damn, girl, I get it. Me fucking too, honestly. I'm afraid of what-if hypotheticals that aren't actually real, but I think about it anyway, and of nebulous concepts of what things mean that I can barely explain even to myself. Me too, girl. Me too. We're getting freaky in photo mode! I mean, pop off. What? I'm almost scared to ask what you mean by that. But pop off. I'm glad you're getting freaky in photo mode, having a great time. Scared of my own feelings and how much I feel them. Oh. Are you an avoidant attachment style, perhaps? Holding hands in photo mode. Barmy! Barmy, please! Holding hands? That's too much. That's against terms of service. We can't. We cannot. Premarital handholding is... How scandalous. That's crazy. It's fucking crazy. How dare you hold hands? And I'm afraid, because tomorrow things will be different between us, but I'll be alone again. Tomorrow? Are you moving tomorrow? No, his mom's coming. What's tomorrow? Is it because we're sleeping? I don't know what he's talking about, and now I'm scared again. He held onto you tighter, his breath stuttering ever so slightly. It's normal right now to see you during the day and part ways at night. Except for special exceptions. A little laugh escaped him before his tone became serious once more. It's easier to stay where I am than it is to make myself move. To not take a risk, and to not know what I might be missing, but... He hesitated, and you reached up to brush a few strands of hair from his face gently, his eyes slowly fixing on yours. Premarital hand-holding? I'm blushing. No, but like, is it crazy to say that's how Javik have me feeling? Anything they do. Damn, that's crazy. He's leaving the next day? I don't think so. I don't think he's moving tomorrow. His mom is coming to visit tomorrow. I think it's more of like, damn, everybody knows we're all moving on to the future. So tomorrow's gonna be a different day because, like, the future, I don't know what's wrong with this man. I think he's just scared of the future, and tomorrow's going to be different because everyone knows everyone's plans now. I don't think he's moving tomorrow. He's not even packed. When did doing the easy thing get so hard? When it comes to you, I don't know how to stay still. I want to keep taking steps forward. Honestly, when I see your face or even imagine it, I want to start sprinting. We give this man the zoomies. When I try, I hit a wall. Just like, I physically can't do it on one side of my mind. There's something blocking me. And then on the other side, I absolutely can't stop myself from doing it. It never ends well.
I'm always like this.
I hate it. It's the most frustrating thing. Why do I do it every time? I'm annoyed with the way I am, so I have no idea how you stand it, girly. I get it. No more kissy smoochy huggy wuggies. Now give him the best night ever. Now I'm willing to admit, because these are feelings I do not experience, so I could be wrong. However, I don't think now is the ideal time for that, Overlord. This man's having a heart-to-heart with me. Like, we're having therapy right now. I don't think... I don't think getting freaky is the appropriate response to him being like, damn, I might be avoidant, and I got these issues, and I don't know how to deal with it. I don't think that's the right place or time for that. I'm sorry I act so split when it comes to romantic things, girly. Don't. It's whatever. I do not want you to think you're rushing me when I know I'm giving mixed signals. And I don't want to miss out on being happy by being like this, but sometimes I still can't help it. So basically, what I'm trying to say is that I'm glad you've never given up on me. It means a lot. It means everything to me. Hey, you've been there whenever I really needed it. His eyes glossed over a little as he squeezed you closer to him and smiled, his heart rate finally relaxing to a normal rhythm.
Good night.
Good night. He leaned forward and kissed you tenderly, his hand gently moving to cradle the back of your head.
I love you.
Damn, that's crazy. I love you too. Maybe damn, that's crazy isn't the response he should be getting there. In hindsight, I think that would actually make everything worse. You were still smiling as you snuggled into him, getting as close as you could. Cocooned in his warmth, you easily grew comfortable next to him, feeling him ease into you as well. Before long, your eyes were growing heavy, and you drifted off into a restful sleep, side by side. The next morning, you woke slowly from a comfortable dream. With a small stretch, you opened your eyes fully to the sun shining in through the window. Shuffling onto your side, you noticed Cove still beside you in the bed, sleeping soundly. Damn, that I love you got me feeling fluttery. You know what? I'm happy for you, Zenith. I'm happy for you. Maybe you find your Cove one day. Who knows? His arms continued to be draped around you loosely as he snoozed. Oh, this was... Either Cliff keeps this house at like 60 degrees Fahrenheit, cold as hell. That's the only way that's gonna happen. You must have fallen asleep that way. That's crazy. I love you, and getting a surprise Pikachu is a wild response. You know, maybe it should not have taken me until I was 24 years old to realize that I was on the aromantic spectrum, because one of my high school boyfriends, the one boyfriend I've had that wasn't traumatizing, whenever he would say things like, I love you, it'd just be like, damn, that's cool. That's crazy. It's like, shit, I don't know what you want me to say to that, buddy, because I'm not gonna lie to you, because we have not created an environment where I feel like I have to lie to you to feel safe. You found out earlier than I did. At least you found out, J-Train, and that's all you can really ask for. I don't know why it's so hard to figure out. Like, asexual and aromantic are both really difficult to figure out, especially the aromantic. It might complicate things that I think I'm more like demi-romantic instead of... I don't know if demi-romantic is the right word or just the, hit him with the I love you too, oomph. Maybe I should have done that. Maybe I should have. Rest in peace to that man. Truly did not deserve to put up with my shit. It might complicate things that it's like I like the idea of falling in love, but once it's actually here, it's like, ew. The fuck is that? Get out of here. Like, what do you want? What are you doing here? I don't know. I've got the rest of my life to figure it out specifically, and I don't even have to do that. Sometimes just knowing you're on the spectrum is all you need. It explains enough already. I'll find my cove one day, preferably blonde, and she might be fused with the shadow realm and the blades of light to heal. Well, now that's getting oddly specific, Zenith. Good luck. You smiled, remembering the prior night. It had been nice to spend the night together, getting to be with him in a whole different way. You could definitely get used to it. We can quietly watch him sleep. I love to watch my cat sleep. Oh, same actually. Like the idea of falling in love? But in practice? In practice, stay away from me. Although, I will admit, and this complicates my specific situation as well, it definitely could just be a trauma response. It definitely, and I hate to say it because I feel like that is a negative stereotype that is definitely not true for, like, all aro ace people, even though some people like to act like, oh, how could you not experience this thing that is, down to, or that is expected to be, like, a basic human thing, but that, like, could also be a thing for me. I don't know. Could get more specific. Zenith, live your life. Just don't break terms of service on Twitch. Live your life within the guidelines of the platform we are on, please, and thank you. He looked so peaceful and happy, you couldn't bear to wake him. With your elbow bent and your head propped up by a hand, your gaze rested over him for a while longer. Then a loud noise suddenly startled you, and you snapped towards the source of the sound. No! I can't! This is embarrassing! Why is his dad here? I don't want to deal with the consequences of my actions. Don't worry, I would never. No, I know, Zenith. I know. Not the consequences of my actions. No. Why is he hitting the, haha, Mel, you are fucking my son pose? To be fair, Barmy, that's his default pose. He's just a chill guy like that. And as far as I know, we've not done anything. I mean, the boy had a panic attack just about, like, literally sleeping in the same bed as me. I don't think we've got there yet. I think it would kill him when we got there. It was the door opening abruptly, and in the frame stood Mr. Holden, smiling brightly. He hadn't seemed to have noticed you straight away. Oh, fuck. I'm scared. Get your butt out of bed, sport. Mom's here. Oh. All of a sudden, the two of you made eye contact, and he froze where he stood, the smile slowly slipping from his face. Yeah, so I broke into your house last night. I can't be doing this. I shouldn't be here. I should not have done this. This is what I've been scared about and stressed about since the first time Cove came into our house. If you stand very still, he might not notice. Yeah, if I just, like, cease to exist. We thought Cole was having a panic attack last night. It's our turn now. I can't. I'm not built for this. That's not usually what I like into. I clearly should have knocked this morning. This is weird. should I I'm not gonna say this because then it just blows the cover on everything. But also, like, hey, good morning. I can't be doing this. Cove blinked his eyes tiredly and mumbled something incoherent before turning towards the door. Both you and Mr. Holden stared at him for a few moments, neither knowing what to say or do. You think he's regretting giving us that $20 now, like 10 years ago? Cove, who continued looking at his dad dozily, was obviously having a hard time trying to process the situation. Then his eyes widened. Dad? Cove scrambled on the bed in an attempt to get his feet, pushing the covers back off of the both of you. Forgetting there was an overhanging ceiling above him, he shot upwards and hit his head on the wood. Buddy, how do you forget that? He flopped back down on his pillow, pressing a hand on his head and groaning loudly. Let's just laugh. I can't handle this. You couldn't help the sound from breaking out, though when Cove shot you an unappreciative look, you clamped your mouth shut. I'm just trying to ease the situation. Cove, bud, you alright over there? Mr. Holden stepped further into the room, his eyes furrowed in concern, and he bent down towards his son.
Yes.
Please just go. Okay, I'll leave. I'm so stressed. Don't tell my moms, please. Cliff held his hands in front of him as a calming gesture, even though Cove couldn't see it. He turned to make his exit, but stopped abruptly in the doorway, obviously deciding he had something more to say. I'm gonna throw up. Stop. I know we've talked about this before, but I feel like now is one of those times to mention that I was barely older than you when I found out I was gonna be a daddy, so... This is stressing me out. I'm sure I'm not helping the situation. I'm truly not built to handle a situation like this. Y'all would never catch my ass in this situation, truly. This is mortifying. Just... if there's anything you need to say or ask about, girly, that's not even an issue. Girly, don't even worry about it. We're two asexual baddies. That's not gonna happen. We're not having kids. I know, I was only saying, at that age, things can move fast and don't even worry about it, homie. He let out a heavy sigh, running a hand over his face before stopping himself and saying, I don't think I would be built to handle the situation as the parent as well. Like, damn, that's awkward. I'm just not built to deal with anything. He let out a heavy sigh, running a hand over his face before stopping himself and saying calmly, you know what? It's fine. We'll chat about this later. Kyra's waiting. Great. With that, he stepped back out of the room, giving the two of you one last look before pulling the door shut behind him. Cove rubbed at his face before dropping his head into his hands and mumbling between his fingers.
Oh my god.
That's what I'm saying. Oh, I've been doing that this whole time, so we gotta do it. This was immensely embarrassing. With a heavy sigh, Cove forced himself to sit up again. He frowned hard, staring over at the closed door. I don't know what's worse. Probably inappropriately laugh. It is a little funny. Let's just forget this ever happened. Like, I don't know what would have been worse. Okay, I know what would have been worse, because it would have, like, I think I would have died if we were getting freaky and got walked in on. But, like, the fact that everyone's just assuming that we do that kind of shit, I don't know, stresses me out. Very embarrassing that they would assume that. But then also it's like, girl, who are you talking, like, do you know who you're talking to right now? That's should not even be a concern. hadn't even crossed our minds. Like, it's, whoa. We don't even know what sex is. What do you mean? Why are we assuming that's what's going on? With a heavy sigh, Cove forced himself to sit up again. He frowned hard, staring over at that closed door. Sorry. I guess we can't just hide in here now. I'll go home. I'll go out the window. I'm going home. He gave you a sidelong glance, and despite his displeasure at the situation, a small smile quirked his lips.
It's nice.
It's too bad. It had been really nice. Too bad is right. I hope we'll get the chance to do this again soon. You found yourself smiling along with him. Just move in together already. Truly. Though when you thought of having to go out there and face both Cove's dad and his mom, you weren't thrilled. What do people even do in this situation? This is so far out of my wheelhouse of situations. And all of the ships that I'm into are grown-ass adults that don't live with their parents anymore, so I don't even have to read about this sort of thing happening in a fanfic either. The two of you took a few minutes to get up properly and get yourselves as ready as possible before heading out to see Kyra. At least we get to see Kyra. Kyra was waiting patiently in the living room. She was in high spirits with her eyes set on the hallway. Her amused smile only widened when you and Cove froze. She's here for the drama. She's here for the drama for sure. It didn't take long for the realization to sink in that the scene must have been loud enough for her to hear even from there. Damn. Cove tried to look unimpressed, eyes narrowing over Kyra's smug delight, though his face was already turning red and his mom hadn't even said anything yet. Oh, it's so over for us. He squared his shoulders, lifted his head, and strode forward.
Hey.
Hi, Mom. Hi, baby, and hello to you too, Mel. Her tone cracked in her greeting, and then she just gave in and laughed, unable to keep any of it in. Cove frowned at that, and his eyebrows furrowed. Sorry for the interruption. I didn't know you already had guests. Damn. His frown wobbled as he became even more embarrassed by this moment. He couldn't muster up any words to defend himself. It's not like anyone's surprised by this. Kyra laughed even harder this time. As it slowed, she brought a hand up to cover her mouth, but you both could still see her shoulders shake. Cove still looked mortified, but he shot you a stern look. All you could do was smile. Them not being surprised by it makes me feel better, actually, Cove. Is this what the third-hand embarrassment feels like? Yes. It's absolutely what third-hand embarrassment feels like. I'm so glad I'm on the aromantic spectrum, because this will never happen to me. I never have to deal with this. Cove was still unable to say anything. Also, I'm almost 30. I turned 28 in a month. I think I'm long past being in this situation anyway. Sometimes I forget. Other than his teeth biting into the inside of his cheek, he stood there frozen. Kyra studied you both for a moment.
It's alright.
My not-so-little mister is spreading his wings. I can't complain about that. I'm so glad his parents are chill. Because if this were my real-life parents, they would not have been chill. First of all, sneaking into the house? Who knows you're here? That's not safe. What if something happened? Second of all, the scandal. Not you forgetting you're a whole-ass adult. Listen, J-Train, I am immersed in this video game right now. I am immersed. I am a 28-year-old, 18-year-old who just graduated high school and got caught sleeping with my boyfriend. Also, because this kind of thing is so far out of my wheelhouse of experiences, I forget that it is a very inherently juvenile experience and not something people have to worry about when they are adults that don't live with their parents. Like, this is not a worry that I'm going to have for the rest of my life. Because we have aged out of that phase. She lightly tapped the tip of his nose. That got a tiny smile out of Cove. Despite being much taller than Kyra at this point, he still seemed like a little kid in front of her. He's a mama's boy. That's his mom. Love that for them. You released the air you were holding in your lungs, and then Kyra's gaze locked onto you. You know, we were just about to go over to see Pam and Noelle. Are you two coming? Don't tell. I'll go. He stretched his arms for a moment and yawned, trying to physically shake off what happened. I don't want to see my family's reaction to this. They're gonna roast me. They're gonna roast my ass.
Sounds good.
Great.
Let's do it. It was then that you noticed Mr. Holden standing on the other side of the room. You figured he must have been trying to create some space for everyone during the last conversation. You could tell he felt a bit awkward, but he tried smiling reassuringly as he scratched the back of his neck. His attention went to Cove. Listen, you have nothing to worry about. Nothing freaky happened. The freakiest thing is that I probably dreamed about Five Nights at Freddy or some shit. I don't know. When I was a teenager, and if I had girls in my room, my parents would insist I kept the door open, even though we were all doing was playing Mario Kart. So I didn't have people over very often. They were not allowed in my room whatsoever. To the point that when I was 23, my like fucking 30-year-old boyfriend being allowed in my bedroom was shocking to me. Yeah. Felt like this shit would not have flied at my house. Alright, you could tell he felt a bit awkward, but he tried smiling reassuringly as he scratched the back of his neck. His attention went to Cove. Bud, do you want to get changed first? Cove looked down at his pajamas for a moment. He shook his head. No, we don't have to wait for that. Are you sure? It's only a trip across the street.
Don't worry about it.
I'm alright. Besides, Mel is going in pajamas too. Okay, but like... this is weird. Fair point. Cove then leaned in closer to you. He grumbled quietly. And your moms are gonna figure out what happened anyways, so... yeah, they are. Hey, when Kay told me this game was good, she didn't tell me that I was gonna be in fuck-ass situations. I don't think Kay made these decisions.
Come on.
Away we go! With that decided, the four of you headed out across the street to your house. It felt strange waiting there while Mr. Holden knocked on the door.
Hello.
Hi there! Mom answered the door and her expression brightened even more seeing Kyra there. She moved to pull Kyra into a hug when her gaze fell on you. Mel? Hi, Mom.
Huh?
How? When did you get out there? Why are you still in your pajamas? Mom's eyebrow raised as she gave you a deep, examining stare. Meanwhile, you and Cove shared a slow side glance with each other. Before you could answer, more heads popped up into view around the doorway. Ma, Liz, and Lee were all chuckling. Damn. To be honest, I always assumed Cove had been the one sneaking around. They knew this whole time? They knew this whole time. Her eyes sparkled with amusement, and you had to look away. You noticed Cove's face was burning red again. It was a solid theory, Lonnie. Most likely they've both been breaking and entering. They knew this whole time? I do think it's really cute and really funny that they've apparently known this whole time, but they were like, Cove's a good boy. He's chill. I'm not worried about anything happening. And I think that's really fucking cute. I think, like, they've already accepted him as a part of the family. It doesn't even matter if we, like, get married or stay romantically involved. That's their son. That's their son that lives across the street. I wouldn't put it past my baby. He takes after his parents. Oh, that's crazy. You're right. I can't believe my Mel has been getting up into all that mischief, too. Mortified, Cove looked like he wanted to disappear, while the adults chuckled and discussed what you and him may or may not have done. Fortunately, they left the conversation there. Damn. Enough of standing around out there. Come on in. Mom moved aside to usher the group in and guided them to the living room. Before anyone could get settled in, Mom spoke up. You're all welcome to stay for breakfast. We still have some great spices and stuff from the farmer's market.
Of course.
Yes, we'd be thrilled to host you. There were eager nods from Mr. Holden and Kyra, but Cove looked around the room filled with familiar faces before speaking up. Maybe instead of staying here, why don't we go to the beach? A scenic picnic, eh? Mr. Holden crossed his arms and contemplated that idea happily. Excited, Kyra clapped her hands together.
Yeah.
Oh, we could really make a day out of it. Might as well enjoy the ocean while we can. That sounds lovely, Cove. Everyone else put in their own agreement with Cove's suggestion. Before long, both families dispersed, getting everything ready. Sandwiches had to be made, water, sunscreen, towels, and more needed to be gathered and packed. Plus, you and Cove both took some time to get dressed for the day. Oh no, hot moms, my weakness. Don't you just love women? They really popped off when they made women, truly. We could bring the lemonade! Yeah! Today felt sufficiently special to bust it out. An hour later, both your family and Coves were walking down the old path to the beach. You got that right. I'm glad we can all agree on that. The morning was already turning into a bright and beautiful day. You honestly couldn't ask for better weather for a beach trip. Gotta love hot moms. And boy, do I ever. The moment you laid your eyes on the full view of the ocean, you stopped and stood there mesmerized. It didn't matter that you grew up there, the sight always filled you with wonder. Hey, Mel. Yeah?
So?
I was thinking about calling Terry and Miranda, see if they can come too. Everyone else is pretty much already here, so would your family mind? That'd be cool. I'll ask them. You were already so excited at the prospect of seeing your friends today that you immediately darted away into the direction your moms went. Especially hot pirate women. Speaking of which, I have to play Dragon Age. Hey Zenith, I started another Dragon Age 2 run last night. Aiming to not have Isabelle fucking leave me. Aiming to keep her around forever. My main team I'm gonna rock with is Anders, Meryl, and Isabella. So, like, I'll actually get some points with her. I'll get to see hot women. So excited about that. Pillars of Eternity 2 got pirates. Are they hot pirates? I don't know why I'm asking that. Pirates are... I was gonna say pirates are usually hot. But then I remembered that's not true. Get her to high friendship, and I will. I'm going to friendship Isabella. I'm going to rivals Meryl so that she doesn't fucking sell her soul to a demon. I gotta keep my bestie safe, truly. And then everything else is probably gonna turn out the same. Although I might not take Carver to the Deep Roads just to see how it plays out when he's a Templar. But everything else is gonna be about the same. Except for I'm not kissing Fenris this time. I'm kissing somebody else. That might be worse. But very predictable. I think I also already said at the beginning of the stream. Here's hoping Isabella sticks around this time. My hawk will kill themselves if she doesn't. That's a joke. That is... I don't know why I said that. I hope she sticks around. I'll start over if she doesn't. Because I would like to see her. You're kissing Anders. Is it crazy to say that I feel the disappointment radiating from that message, Zenith? I feel it. Don't you worry. You are right, though. I figured it was about time. Because I don't know what's wrong with me. I can't stop thinking about that man lately. So I was like, well, I guess I gotta do it. Like, I legally have to. The dragon that is aging is, like, holding a gun to my head, and it's like, hey, if you don't fucking kiss Anders right now, Dragon Age will cease to exist. Canon event, do not interfere. Are you saying that everyone goes through a kissing Anders phase, or are you saying this is my canon event and it makes absolute sense? I wonder what my canon event was. I fear Liliana. Feels like your canon event. Related to her somehow. Don't know why. It just feels right. Behind you, you could hear the familiar sound of Cove laughing. I have a question. Would it be alright if Terry and Miranda came by? I don't see why not. Ma looked to Mom to see what she thought, and she nodded in agreement. Mom then shot a glance over at Mr. Holden and Kyra, knowing that they had likely heard everything.
You alright with that?
Cliff, Kyra, what do you two think? Accurate, actually, holy Christ. Never romanced Liliana, rip to Barmy. I also have not romanced her yet. I am very excited to be playing Dragon Age 2 again. And you'll never guess. You'll never guess what kind of character portrait I've made as well. It's very much giving, do you have games on your phone, but instead of like being the underview, it's more like I took the picture like this. It's all forehead. I wish I got to make my character portrait in Inquisition, because we would have made a picture, that's for sure. Is it a good picture? Fuck no, it's not, but it sparks joy. I'm sad that that was stripped from us. The more the merrier.
Okay.
Of course, they're welcome with me. Oh, sick. Thanks. Delighted, you nodded and turned on your heels. Cove was still several feet away, talking to Lee and Liz, likely about the same topic. With a beaming smile, you gave him a thumbs up, and the two of them must have also approved, as Cove quickly got his phone out and started making the calls. Oh, Terry and Miranda are gonna laugh at us when they find out what happened this morning. I can already see it. They're like, damn, not y'all getting caught. That's crazy. At that, you turned your attention to helping with the picnic setup. Unexpectedly, your phone started vibrating. You dug it out, curious to see the caller ID, feeling your heart jump with excitement. You answered the video call request. It was Derek. Derek? I haven't thought about you in a long time. Hey, it's been a while. Seriously, but what's up? The voice that came through was much deeper than it had been when you first met, but it still had the exact same amount of enthusiasm as a kid. Have you been enjoying these crazy summer days? Yeah, I have. Awesome. You'll have to catch me up on that. But what about you? How's your summer been? You were beyond curious to know what Derek had been up to since the last time you spoke. He chuckled, noticing your invested tone. Honestly, I've just been slammed with stuff lately. College applications and scholarship inquiries. What else is new? Damn. I wish you nothing but good luck. I'm gonna need it. I kinda doubt that. He chuckled. You could hear his small smile when he spoke. Yeah? Yeah, of course. You worked really hard. Well, it's true. Thanks. His cheerful tone elicited a chuckle out of you. What about your family? Are your brothers being good? My little brothers are little punks, but I guess they're doing alright. You both laughed at that. Mom and Dad are fine. That's great. My moms are too. Turning your attention back to your surroundings, you smiled warmly at your family buzzing around. Towels were laid out and chairs and umbrellas were being set up. Actually, I'm out with my moms right now. Liz and Lee are here visiting too. Oh, that's fun. But if that's the deal, I'll let you get back to it. Are you sure? I don't mind. Uh-huh, I'm sure. I'm not about to lose your number. Okay, bye. Bye, Mel. Have a heck of a day. That was so random. Anyway, hanging up, the conversation left you energized and in good spirits. It was exactly what you had needed to make this day even better. You hurried over to your mom's and helped put the rest of the food out. In moments, you noticed Cove at your side. So what did they say? They're gonna come. Cool, thanks for calling them.
No problem.
I'm glad I thought of it. They'll meet us here later today. Shouldn't be too long. Who was Derek again? A side character we saw like twice that would get dropped off to hang out at Cove's house while his dad worked. We didn't see him much because I didn't pay for the DLC, but he is an option to romance if you paid for it. I am assuming Baxter, that like black and white boy, also we would have seen more of him in DLC stuff. So it's like a lot of the side characters we don't see very much with the base game. Alright, I can't wait. Once the setup was done, everyone got comfortable and dug into the food. You couldn't remember the last time breakfast tasted this good, but you attributed it to the gorgeous ocean view and the soothing sea breeze. The conversation shifted to what you all would do next.
In that case,
We could do a few rounds of volleyball. There's plenty of us now.
Is that all right?
Can I play? Of course. Miranda brightened, delighted with this plan. Ma looked around to see if there were any other takers. I don't feel like playing. I'd have to change, but it'd be fun to watch. I could be the ref. My eyes won't miss a thing. Volleyball's a good idea, but there should probably be something happening for those who aren't a fan. Oh, I have some crafting supplies we could use to make jewelry. We can even use stuff we find around the beach to accentuate them.
Really?
I want to make a necklace. That sounds fun.
That'd be great.
Be interested in trying my hand at that too. I want to make jewelry. That sounds fun. Already you were imagining various designs you could make depending on what Lee let you use. Your cousin shot you a thumbs up, clearly happy with your decision. I guess I'll try making a necklace too. Kyra got up from the towel she was sitting on. She brushed some sand off her legs and then stretched her arms over her head.
Can do.
I'm up for a few rounds. Well, since there's still a free spot, I'll throw my hat in the ring. The things I do for family.
thank you.
Thank you, Liz. I'd love that. Liz got up from where she was sitting, and you could tell by her expression that she was already determined to win. You laughed to yourself, curious now how that game would turn out. Now that plans were settled, the group temporarily split into two.
Okay.
Let me pop back to the house to get my supplies. Is there something we should do? Yes, you can start clearing out the towels for us to work at, and if you want, look around for good stuff to use.
I'm on it.
Roger that. While Lee ran back to the house, the group did just as she suggested. By the time she returned, everyone had their craft area ready to work at. Lee sat down on one of the towels and looked up at everyone eagerly. She held up two necklace options. I hope you've all been thinking about what you want to make. I have for everyone a choice of either a chain or a threaded rope. How do I pick? All I know is that I want to put some sea glass chunks on it. There's no rush. I'll leave the strands here and you can decorate it however you want later. I think I'll keep it classic with only worrying about finding a decent shell.
Yeah.
I'm planning on doing shells too. A sea glass would be kind of fire. But shells would be cool. Or we'll look for sea glass. Great minds thinking the same. We can look together. Happy with that suggestion, you nodded. Cove crossed his arms and chewed the inside of his cheek. You weren't the only one that noticed. What's wrong, Cove? I'm not sure what to use. I mean, ideally, I'd want a shark tooth, but what are the chances I would even find one? Mom smiled. You both looked at him sympathetically.
Sorry.
The rare downside of not having shark-filled coast. That would make for a really nice necklace, though.
I know.
At Cove's pouting, Mom gave him a little bump on the shoulder with her fist. Well, don't lose all hope. You never know. You might end up really lucky. Cove laughed. It cheered him up even though he wasn't really convinced. After that, the little crafting club busily went to work on their pieces. Whatever they decided on using was attached in loops that were then slid onto their necklace base. Terry was immensely proud of herself when she was done. Hers was simple but gorgeous because of the striking piece of sea glass she painstakingly searched for and found. Gonna go to my friend's house. Enjoy your game, Mel. It's fun to talk to you again. See y'all bunches. My best to the gang. Enjoy the rest of your day. Yes, you as well. Thanks for coming and hanging out. I hope you have a great time visiting with your friends. Cove ended up using driftwood of varying lengths to design his necklace. Despite not finding any shark teeth, he still looked pretty pleased. Mom decided on a medium-sized purple ring top shell as the centerpiece of hers, and Lee went with a few small Simnias shells. They both put their necklaces on soon after finishing them. After combing the beach several times, you found just what you were looking for. It took a bit, but you managed to make a necklace you were satisfied with. It mostly had sea glass. Your group of crafters would also cheer for the volleyball players whenever shouts could be heard coming out of the court. On top of that, you all would hold up each newly made piece in the air, and the players would take a breather to applaud the creation. You really enjoyed searching the beach, trading supplies, and watching everyone make their necklaces. The crafting club was definitely a success, and you weren't the only one that had a blast. The afternoon continued to drift by, but the fun was still going strong. Cove was thrilled when you pulled out the drink you had been saving. It meant a lot to him that you wanted to savor it. That was worth the teasing smiles your family gave. Ugh, they hate to see me thrive. Occasionally, someone would head back to the houses to use the bathroom, rest away from the sun a while, or to retrieve something that they needed, but they always came back. The beach was never empty, and there was always a new conversation to take part in or another game to join. At one point, Mr. Holden even broke out his pack of cards. He roped the whole group into a few rounds of good old goldfish. There was only one thing that could bring this beach day to an end, and that was for the day itself to end. Before anyone realized it, the sun began to set over the sea. As that happened, you were taking a break sitting on a towel with your legs stretched out past it and your feet buried in the warm sand. You were playing a handheld game. Shortly, you looked up to see your moms approaching. They stopped in front of you and smiled. Goldfish or go fish? I think it was just go fish, my bad. I added some letters. Hey there, kiddo.
How are you?
I'm doing really good. How about you? We're wonderful. They both sat down, squishing you between them. Ma leaned her head against yours, and Mom started rubbing your back soothingly. Nothing more was said at first, but Ma sighed contentedly. Mom looked at you wistfully. Oh, yeah, no, it was just go fish. It was go fish. We're both really proud of you, Mel.
True.
You grew up to be more than we ever could have hoped. Thank you? You were touched by their words and your voice came out in a whisper. Mom chuckled and lightly brushed a bit of your hair.
Thank you.
That's not something you need to thank us for. But still, I wouldn't be here without either of you. Mom wrapped an arm around your middle and squeezed you tightly in a side hug. Glancing at Mom, you saw how teary-eyed she became. She sniffled. You stayed there quietly and contently, watching the sun set with your parents for a while. Until Mr. Holden called out to you. He was still walking in your direction. We were talking and think we're gonna take a walk down the shore. Any of you want to come? Automatically, you looked to your moms for what they were thinking. Mom glanced from you to Ma and smiled. Sounds good to me.
That's fantastic.
Yes, it'd be very nice. My legs need some stretching. Let's go. Thrilled, Mr. Holden threw out a thumbs up and began heading back the way he came in a light jog. Hey, don't leave us in the dust. Cliff kept going forward but flipped around, walking backwards across the sand so he could face you again.
No worries.
We wouldn't leave without you. All right, we'll catch up. Before you forgot, you turned your game off and left it on the towel for now. Ready to go? Uh-huh. Both your moms held a hand out to you. Chuckling, you gave them each one, and you all strolled back to the rest of the group. When Liz was in reach, Ma used her free hand to pull her into it too. Liz shook her head, but her mouth quirked into a smirk, and she didn't resist. Together as a family, you followed behind the others, hand in hand. Your feet squished into the wet sand as the waves rolled over them, and you didn't have a single care in the world as more and more stars began to dot the sky. Once the sun had long been out of sight, it was finally time to pack up. The closing of the day and the ever-approaching end of summer seemed to intertwine. It caused a quiet, reflective mood to blanket over the group. On the beach, Terry and Miranda took turns compressing Cove in a hug before moving on to do the same to you. You chuckled, still overjoyed that you got to see them today. Sorry we have to go already. My parents are here. That's okay. But still, I wish we could help clear this all up. Don't worry about it. Just thanks for coming out today. It was cool having everyone here.
Yep.
Super glad we came. Hopefully we can do it again sometime. Nodding, you turned your attention to Terry. She wore a large grin on her face and held a hand out for a low five. You obliged.
See you later.
Take care of yourselves, buddies. After that, they walked away, waving to you and Cove as they went down to the shore. Cove waved quietly back with a small smile on his face. Have a safe trip back! We will! Bye! Taking you by surprise, Terry jumped and twisted around. She kept up with Miranda by walking backwards. She kept the mood of your farewell light by shooting finger guns at you and Cove. Miranda bumped her with a hip. It left everyone with a laugh just before they disappeared down the bend. Mel?
Come on.
Hey Cove, could you come here? Both of your parents were motioning for you. The two of you went with them. Tons of things ended up at the beach over the course of the day, so there was still so much to pack up and the parents needed help. With a nod, you got to it, stuffing various things into bags and bundling them up in towels. Once things were ready to go, everyone filled their arms with as much as they could carry. Absolutely no one wanted this to be a back and forth kind of task. The walk back home ended up being mostly quiet. Each person seemed to be feeling the effects of the day. A cool breeze carried you across the sand and onto the road. She's doing the bisexual finger guns? Absolutely she is, and I love that for her. There was a sigh of relief from what felt like the group as a whole when they arrived back to the neighborhood. Well, hello everyone. Who the fuck is this? You glanced to the side and spotted a very recognizable face walking down the road. Oh, hi Baxter.
How are you?
Do you need help with that? It's alright. This is our mess to clean up. I have not heard bi finger guns in forever. Bi finger guns is a way of life, Barmy. I'm not even bisexual. And my bisexual friend doesn't even finger gun like that. Anyway, not me lying. Not me lying about the importance of the bisexual finger guns.
Well,
If you're sure then, I was simply heading home after getting some fresh air. The season is almost over after all. Yeah. Baxter was only a tourist. He wouldn't be in town much longer. You knew that, and so did he. If you have a minute, I'd just like to say it was a pleasure getting to know you both this summer. Dying queer zillennial slang. Write it down, everyone. Write that down, write that down. We gotta preserve it for history. His head tilted towards you and he smiled warmly. Baxter offered you his hand. You used your freer hand to shake his. It was tough with what you were carrying, but you were able to extend one of your hands a bit. Baxter chuckled and shook it. Good luck on your next semester at school. Why, thank you, and good luck with your plans this fall. Thanks. Baxter turned to shake Cove's hand this time. He was a little incredulous for a moment, but then Cove eventually shifted what he was carrying and took Baxter's hand. It wasn't long, but it was a solid handshake. Baxter was clearly pleased. I wish we had more time together, but it was still a nice ride while it lasted. Would happily do it all over again. We hung out like, what, one time? Bye, Baxter. Yeah, bye. Baxter nodded and walked a few steps towards his condo. He then stopped and waved.
goodbye.
Baxter sauntered away completely and disappeared inside the condo to return to his own things, his time with you and your family and friends ending. You paused for a moment, staring at where he went. But afterwards, you looked back over at the rest of your group. We spoke for like 5 minutes, dude. That's what's so funny about these like end of summer wrap-ups. It's because I know there was extra content that we did not do. So like I'm sure we hung out more than the one time he hung out with Miranda and Terry and the rest of us. It's so funny though. Leah and Liz were just going inside your house. You couldn't spot Kyra or Mr. Holden anywhere, but the door to their house was wide open. Mom approached you with an amused look on her face. Seems like you're holding up some Holden things. Surprised, you glanced down to take a quick inventory of what you were holding. Mom was right. Some of it belonged to the neighbors. Would you mind dropping it off now? Can do. It's not a problem. Thank you very much. Cove took a few steps towards his house and stopped, waiting for you.
Good night.
Good night, Cove. I'll see you inside, Mel. Night. You caught up to Cove, and together you went over to his house. Walking in the front door, you saw Kyra and Mr. Holden busily unpacking already. Things were scattered on counters, and they were moving around each other, putting the items away. They both lifted their heads when Cove closed the front door. Hey. It's nice seeing you again already, Mel. Her teasing tone brought a light smile to your face. You hefted the stuff in your arms a little closer. I ended up with things of yours from the beach.
Oh,
Thanks for getting that to us. You can put it here on that coffee table. Mr. Holden pointed at the surface he was referring to, and you immediately left what didn't belong to your family there. Cove put his own things down on the floor, just at his feet, wading through everything strewn about to reach his parents. Putting your family stuff on the ground for a moment, you dusted your hands off and straightened up. You needed a second of rest and a minute to resituate it all. You went over to where the others were too. Kyra opened her arms wide, wanting to hug you. You accepted. Happily, you went to her. She held on tightly. Over the years, you were able to form a good rapport with her, and you were very grateful for that. You could feel in her hug how much Kyra had grown to care about you. It brought an affectionate smile to your face. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. It was a blast. It's no problem. I had fun too. Kyra eventually released you, but patted the tops of your shoulders as a final gesture.
Thank you.
Every time I've gotten to come by, it's been an absolute joy. Things really couldn't have worked out better. Mr. Holden took a step closer to you. Kyra moved aside to let him say goodbye too. He grinned. Thanks for always being such a friendly neighbor. And not just right now, but for as long as I've known you. I didn't always make it easy, but you and your family are good people. Wait, guys? This might be the end of the game. I think the other part of adulthood might be DLC. I think this is giving end of the game. I really truly appreciate it.
Thanks very much.
Thanks again, Mel, so much. At that, Mr. Holden reached over and gave you a soft pat on top of your head. He might as well be our dad. Taking it by surprise, you latched your arms around Mr. Holden. He let out a small squeak and went rigid. That's where Cove gets it from. After a moment, he relaxed and began to lightly pat your back before shifting into a full hug. You held on firmly. Guess life do end at early adulthood when you find love. Well, I know the DLC is like post-marriage. And I've just been Googling how many stages of life are there in our life. So that might be why I thought there was one more. But this makes sense. Because I was like, how do we have another stage of life, but we're not married yet? Not that, like, there's anything wrong with that. It's just, given everything else about this game, like, what's gonna happen? Thank you for being a good neighbor. As you let go, he sniffled, but when he met your gaze once more, his mouth pulled into a wide, happy grin. Mr. Holden was staring at you, but his gaze seemed far away. Maybe he was looking back at who you used to be, the 8-year-old he had asked to be his son's new friend.
See you.
Bye, Mel. He smiled softly. Then Cove took a step forward. He gestured to his pile of things he had carried into the house.
Don't worry about it.
I'll put that stuff away in a few minutes. Right, I need to go do the same with my family. I figured. Cove walked you to the door and held it open, taking one last check around to make sure you had all your things to bring home. You went into the road. He leaned his body against the doorframe, not following you out. So, this is it, huh? Actually, that's not what I mean. His expression twisted as he shook his head a bit, like he was trying to banish the pensive thoughts.
Bye.
I'll just say bye. Bye, I'll see you soon. Your mouth pulled into a soft smile, and you weren't sure who you were trying to reassure more. Cove reached forward and gently cupped your face with one hand. His thumb trailed across your cheek for several heartbeats. Mesmerized by his blue eyes, you stepped forward, delighted to oblige the request he was silently asking. He met you halfway as you smiled into the kiss. It was soft with longing, and your chest ached knowing that there couldn't be anything more than this, at least for now. One of his hands grabbed onto the door handle and firmly held it. He was stopping himself from coming along with you. This man is so clingy. As you walked over to your own front door, you stopped. Turning around, you spotted Cove right where you left him. You laughed quietly to yourself. For a small pause, you both stared at each other from across the street. We can run back and hug him goodbye. You put the remaining stuff from the beach down on the step and almost tripped bolting across the road. The next thing you knew, you were diving into Cove's arms, wrapping your arms around his neck. The force of it all knocked you both loudly into the doorway. But neither of you cared. You both held each other tightly, and you buried your face into the crook of his neck.
Good night.
He smelled like salt water and sunscreen and like home. It was a while until either of you thought to separate. Slowly, you made the trek home and collected what you left on the step to your arms again. Things couldn't be dragged out any longer. After one more shared smile, you opened the door and went inside, shutting it behind you. So you're both clingy. Listen, I'm just returning the energy. What can I say? A few steps in, you saw your family gathered in the living room. They were still busy unpacking and cleaning. You added the things you brought to the pile on the kitchen counter. Mom stood up, rubbing her eyes a bit. She yawned loudly. I'm bushed. How about we finish the rest of the chores tomorrow? And that's how I live my life. Yes, honestly, it's too late for this.
Thanks.
Please and thank you. Ma put her hands on her hips and turned to assess the room. Ma was not one who liked to leave a mess about, but she sighed.
All right.
I suppose we can make an exception to the usual rule. It has been a really long day. Liz grinned contentedly. Lee wasted no time skipping over to you and hooked you into a side hug. Good night. I hope you have the loveliest of dreams of you-know-who. Damn, okay. Lee ended the sentence with a wink and a hearty laugh. She let you go. Hope you have good dreams. We'll hug her back. You pulled her close and into a bear hug. Lee giggled until you released her. I hope you sleep well too. Oh, I totally will. The moment my head hits the pillow, I'll be out. Damn, I wish that could be me. Here's to us, Mel. Tonight, tomorrow, and forever. You smirked at that. Yeah, here's to us. Lee stretched her arms high over her head. She yawned loudly and looked at you with tired eyes. I think that's my cue to head to bed. Bye. I think so too. Have fun sharing the room with Liz. She laughed at that, and Lee shuffled off towards the guest bedroom. Before you had a chance to do anything else, you could feel the top of your head being tapped. You spun around to see Liz smirking. Nighty-night. I'm heading to bed too. It's been a long day, and I have a lot to prepare for tomorrow. Exhaling, you automatically started fixing the back of your hair. When Liz didn't immediately walk away, you smiled softly at her. Everything okay? Her gaze moved away, and you knew she had more to say. You waited patiently for Liz to compose her thoughts. It's been a good summer. It was nice to come back home. You nodded, and Liz gave you a teasing nudge as you went by. Amused, you turned and watched her go. Love you, little kiddo. Damn. Love you too, I guess. Liz stopped walking and stared at you for a moment. She smiled softly at you. Get some sleep soon. Morning will be here faster than you know it. I will. When Liz was out of sight, Mom started up the next conversation over her shoulder. Aren't you heading up to bed too? I want to relax first. Desperately, you needed some time to decompress and clear your mind. You worried if you went off to bed now that you would end up staring at the ceiling all night. Okay. Ma came over too, smiling understandingly. She pulled you into a big hug.
Love you.
Do whatever you need to. Thanks, I guess. When you were done hugging Ma, Mom pulled you into another hug. Their actions, basically handing you off to the other, had you laughing jovially.
I love you.
This has got to be the end of the game. All right. We got to tell our parents that we love them. They both couldn't resist taking turns hugging you again. Your smile widened. It felt good to be so loved. Good night, kiddo. Sleep tight. Good night, sweetie. Good night. After that, your moms headed off towards their bedroom down the hall. You were about to turn the other direction when you heard Mom's voice. Don't let the bed bugs bite. Haven't heard that in a while. You heard Ma chuckling as you watched them go with a smile. Time had passed, but you weren't entirely sure how much. Sighing, you sat up on the couch. It was a good rest, and all of your tired muscles felt quite relaxed. You got up, planning on going to bed, when something out the window caught your eye. Your feet brought you right in front of the large windows, spanning the length of the back wall. You stared out into the hills behind your house. As if on cue, your phone came on, alerting you of a new notification. It was Cove. Want to hang out on the hill tonight? Something inside told you that this was the right kind of night to take a trip out there. You sent him back a very quick message. Yeah. You went over to the front door and, stepping over the threshold, you gave the living room one last glance over your shoulder. Then you shut the door behind you. Silently, you made your way to the Poppy Hill. With light steps in the dark, you walked across the hills behind your house. Up ahead at the very top, silhouetted beneath the night sky, was a familiar figure already waiting there. Smiling, you wondered just how he always got there first. You even had the advantage of living closer. Then again, maybe it was only in your mind, but somehow Cove was intrinsically linked with this place. After all these years, it would be weird to scan this horizon and not find him there, as surreal as the shore without the sea. The distance between you was growing shorter by the second. Hearing the grass and earth crunch under your feet, Cove turned. A grin spread over his face as he saw you. You took your place standing behind him on the crest of the Poppy Hill, looking out over the ocean. Same as you'd done on countless times since he'd first arrived, when you'd found him on the very same spot. Mel. He had officially broken the silence, the spell that had held both of you in place. You looked at him expectantly. There's something I've always kind of wondered about. He cocked his head, giving you a sidelong glance. What did you think about when we met? I was just a kid you'd never seen before, bawling his eyes out on the hill next to your house. He chuckled, his eyes drifting towards the sea beyond before flicking back to you. The way his gaze pulled back to you made it clear that he was genuinely invested in the topic. Luckily for him, you remembered what initially struck you in that moment. It was as if it had only happened yesterday. Well, I remember noticing the neon pink cast you had to wear that summer. Cove burst into a genuine laughter at your reply. I guess that's fair. It did kind of stand out. Sighing a bit, you continued to reminisce about the first time meeting. I also remember feeling bad about what was happening. I remember that too. He ran a hand through his hair, and you knew his line of questioning wasn't at an end, even before he spoke again.
I mean...
Do you remember what you thought about me? You know, as a person? Was I annoying or mean or... I wanted to get to know you. Cove's eyes widened, openly amazed by your response.
Really?
I don't know what I did to deserve that. It's nice of you. Cove's hand drifted to the scar on his arm, his fingers unconsciously gliding over the mark. It was much less noticeable than it had been when the neon pink cast had first come off, shrunken gradually over the years as his body healed, then dwarfed in comparison to his growing body. Still, his fingers came back to it without thinking. He gave a half smile, not meeting your eyes. I feel bad now. The thoughts I had were, well, considering what you were thinking, I came across as a lot worse of a kid. You didn't like me?
No.
Definitely wasn't that. Cove lifted his head up, finally committing to meet your eyes fully once more. I remember you that day. I remember it really well. I don't think I'd ever be able to forget. I can picture the way you looked back when I first saw you standing right here. I still know the expression on your face when you chose to sit with me in the grass. He chuckled self-derisively, interrupting his own monologue. You scared me at first. I figured I'd be alone out here until I had to face my dad again. And then suddenly another kid appeared out of nowhere. It was startling, but I got over that fast. You were a strange person in a strange place, but in that moment, you were exactly what I needed. Somebody I could talk to freely about what was happening and how it made me feel. And you listened to me. You stayed with me. He sighed, then bit his lip as he gave a small smile. I was a little bit spoiled growing up. You don't say. You let him continue. He looked off again, seeking clarity for his thoughts in the expanse of the night sky. What I'm trying to say is, when I was younger, I viewed myself basically as the center of the universe. I didn't even imagine it wasn't like that.
I mean...
Things didn't simply happen. That would be weird, according to my little kid brain. It made far more sense that everything in my life had a specific connection to me somehow. Right? He sought affirmation in you, wavy brows raised as he tried to explain his childlike logic. So at the time, you felt almost unreal. And that's the aura I strive to bring to the function. Like, you weren't just anyone. Some other kid who happened to live in that neighborhood with your own whole life that wasn't connected to Cove Holden. No, to me, you were there so that you could find me when I was lost. I kind of expected it all to vanish like a dream when the night was over. I would wake up and everything would be the same again.
That's...
I'd be back in my bed at home, my real home, with both my parents. The future was something I couldn't picture anymore. I didn't know what school would be like when I went back, or the table where I'd eat breakfast the next morning, or anything. And if I couldn't imagine it, how could I think it was something actually happening? I couldn't grasp my new reality. It was too big for me to hold all at once. So, I never thought I'd see you again. Then Cove beamed at you, his eyes shining bright. And I never, ever would have been able to guess that 10 years later, when I was a grown-up, the two of us would still be together. Guess that makes me your dream come true. You'd been joking, but Cove nodded in agreement. You are. You exactly are. But the smile faded from his face as his eyebrows drew together. That was the worst day of my life at the time. The day my family broke apart. It was too heavy for me to even think about. I felt that way for I don't know how long. He held a hand over his heart, connecting the pain he'd felt as a child, and looked at you earnestly.
It's okay.
But that was never really true. Things have only gotten better with me and with Dad and Mom. It was the change we all needed. His eyes were growing misty. So when I remember that time right now, it's not the point that my life was over. It was only the moment that I met the person I love. When I was crying to a stranger over what I thought I'd lost, I didn't have any idea that they would be the one thing in the world that I actually wouldn't be able to live without. That's a lot of pressure. Hit him with the I love you, I guess. He took in a breath, forever amazed whenever you spoke those words.
I love you.
Great. I guess we'll kiss him. This is for you, Overlord, if you're still here for this. He leaned into the kiss, his lips soft against yours. Cove sighed contently. His voice was as delicate as the petals on the poppies which crowned this hill. Hey, Mel? Want a sandwich? We just hit him with a sandwich out of our back pocket. I'm so grateful you always took care of me. You didn't even know what to say back to that. His heartfelt appreciation left you speechless. He tilted his head up, thoughts lost in the sparse clouds above. I wonder how late it is. I guess it doesn't really matter. My dad is fine with me being out whenever. He quietly nodded. Mr. Holden was content giving Cove all the freedom he could. Are you going to lie in the grass now? Wow, how'd you know? Lucky guess, Cove. With a chuckle, Cove plopped down onto the ground and laid on his back, his usual way of spending time there. We sit on his chest. We'll lay down and snuggle against him, I guess. That's what people in love do. You lowered yourself against Cove's side in the grass and wrapped an arm over his chest. Cove smiled at you and used his free hand to cradle your face. The both of you fully settled in to relax on the hill. It felt like just the beginning of one of your nightly outings, but then you realized the sun was peeking out over the horizon. Cove spoke up with a disbelieving tone.
Huh.
It really was late. Theoretically, anyway. Yeah, theoretically. That's what they do in JVIC fanfic sometimes. Your neighbor wasn't a stranger to being awake at dawn. However, not like this. He was normally an early sleeper, early riser. This unexpected sunrise particularly awed him. The two of you watched on silently as the sun began to light the world. Cove then propped himself up on the backs of his arms and looked at you with a soft expression on his face. Do you want to go back home? I could carry you if you're too tired. I'd rather stay a little longer. You couldn't resist a yawn, but you were serious. It couldn't be time to go already. Cove chuckled affectionately and gripped you a little more.
I get it.
Okay, but it's been a long day. We've done a lot of things. Like, really a lot. It has to end sometime. I know you're right. Yeah, too bad I am on that one, huh? Sorry. It's getting to the time of night where I don't know how to read. We can stay if you want to. Cove smiled brightly at you, as warm as the new rays of sun that were tickling your skin. In that moment, you couldn't have appreciated him being there more. We can kiss him, I guess. You moved your face forward and gave Cove a small kiss. He tilted his head against yours. Kissing in the sunrise? We won romance. You're my favorite neighbor. You're mine too. The two of you remained together on that familiar poppy hill where you first met until the world began to fade into a blur. You were falling asleep. A few more gentle words drifted into your consciousness.
See you tomorrow.
Your eyelids dipped, but you felt good. You were safe and relaxed. Everything that had come before this had reassured you of that. You were confident that when you opened them again, things would be okay. You opened your eyes. Instead of the walls of your room, you were surrounded by open sky. It was not soft pillows and sheets underneath you, but the bed of earth and grass that you'd taken last night. The day welcomed you with the shining sun and refreshing breeze and the chirping song of birds. You cupped your face with your hands as you sat up, feeling the imprint of blades of grass leaving lines on your cheeks. Mel? Hearing your name, you lowered your hands and looked around. There he was, your most influential neighbor, Cove Holden. He had made himself very comfortable laying on his stomach with jewelry and shoes taken off and a flower in his hand. Good morning. Good morning to you too. Cove laughed, tickled with the overall situation and simply being able to spend time like this. Told you I'd see you tomorrow. It's the exact same day. We were up until dawn. It doesn't make it a new day now just because we went to sleep later than normal. Then we disagree, because to me it's not really the next day until I've been to bed and woken up. Damn. Our first disagreement. But fine. I'll just have to make sure I see you tomorrow again. Probably the day after that, too. That way there's no argument. Cove turned his head up to the sky, his expression content. Looks like it's gonna be a nice day. We'll have to come up with something to do to make the most of it. For real though, the sleep after being up all night is actually the best sleep you'll ever get, unless you're on the night shift at work. I believe it. I absolutely believe it. That's how it feels at anime conventions when you stay up till like 3 or 4 in the morning and then sleep for like 4 to 5 hours every night. That shit hits. I never fall asleep so fast. I've fallen asleep with like lights and TV still on before at an anime convention. I never do that. Feels more like collapsing. It does, but Barmy, I love a good collapse compared to like laying in bed for an hour waiting to fall asleep. Ugh, misery. That's the worst. I love to sleep, but the worst part about it is laying there for a fucking hour waiting for it to happen. Basically never got a good sleep like ever. Damn. I hate to hear that for you, Barmy. He trailed off, blinking slowly in the sunlight. Someday, when we're even older than we are now, I wonder what we'll end up remembering this moment for. What will we feel when we look back at it? Will it be the same as what we're feeling right now?
It's nice.
I can't see what the future's gonna look like again, but I think that's alright. I'm looking forward to finding out. Cove turned back to you, nodding in full agreement. He eyed the hills sprawling out before you and down below, where the wild hill and nature gave way to civilization. Your home and coves lay down at the bottom, neatly filed among the other houses in the neighborhood. Hey Mel, I bet I can beat you in getting back to the road. You laughed, amused by the wager and reminded you of so many moments in your youth. As much as I like it here, it's okay if we leave now. We can always come back to see the poppies and the fireflies again, right? Cove met your eyes, waiting for what you were going to say in response. We better do that. You're not getting out of it. Cove blinked slowly, his eyes still locked on you, but you didn't need to see his face to know that he adored you. If there had been any room for doubt, the tender way he spoke would have filled it up. You're really irreplaceable, huh? Cove beamed at you. His expression was unlike the one he'd worn when you first found him here, swaddled in sadness and uncertainty. Yet you couldn't help but glimpse that boy once more underneath his bright expression and matured features.
Come on.
He offered you a hand. You accepted it, your palm fitting around his. Cove lifted himself up, pulling you along too. Our parents probably aren't going to come running for us this time. We've got to make our own call. And I say that we can't hide away forever. Poppy Hill is just one part of things. There's more out there for us than this time and this place alone. Let's enjoy it. You couldn't say whether you were the one that broke into a run, if Cove had been the one to start it, or if your feet had simultaneously made that choice for you both. The end result was the same, the two of you dashing down the hill like children, but with the nostalgic revelry that could only come as an adult. As the wind whipped past you, you knew that family and friends were waiting at the end of your sprint. There were more memories to make after all. Life takes another step forward. That's the end. I got the Steam achievement for it. Best sleep I've gotten in a while was the night I stayed up all night playing Expedition 33. Felt that. I remember when I stayed up ungodly late playing Baldur's Gate 3 for the first time. Because I made it into Act 3 and I said, how long could it really take to get to the Cazador fight? I'm already in Baldur's Gate. How long could it take? All damn day. All damn day. 13 hours straight of playing that game. And I got to the Cazador fight. And I sped run my ass to the Cazador fight, so I missed some of the Astarion content, like running into his quote-unquote siblings. The attempted kidnapping scene. Like, I missed some things. So, anyway, that's the end of the game. I would like to skip through this so that I can go to bed. But hitting escape just pulls up the... Oh, I guess I could quit. I'll do that. That was cute, though. That was very cute. Before I go... Do you guys... Okay, we're not doing it tonight. But next Thursday... How do y'all feel about playing Date Everything? Because I feel like I want to play it, and at this point, I need to go ahead and start playing it before I get spoiled from Dan and Phil playing it. That was so cute. I enjoyed watching that with you. Wasn't it? It was very wholesome. Sometimes with dating sims, you don't really know what you're gonna get, but this one was really cute. Still not over the human sonas, but go ahead. It'll be a silly, goofy time. I will also just go ahead and say, Date Everything is not as cute and wholesome. I don't think it's an explicit game. Everything I've seen, it seems to be more humorous and like innuendo-y. So I don't think we're gonna get jump scared by genitals. Should be a pretty safe game to stream, but also like a very different tone than what we just played. Just make a straightforward dating sim at that point. I think I like the human sonas because I think they're very creative and I think that's fun. But I could see why you would just be like, just make it like dating people. I feel like Date Everything will be the opposite of our life. Oh, it absolutely will be. And rest assured, we're dating the shadow. We're dating the shadow for real, for real. I've also been told I'm gonna really like Volt. Because the electricity man. And I think I'm gonna like the TV character. I've seen their design. Very cool. Very cool. So it's gonna be fun. Goofy time. Anyway, thank you guys so much for coming and hanging out with me. We'll be streaming Saturday. For real this time. I think playing Baldur's Gate 3 with Roy and Moya, I think is what we're doing. And that'll be fun. I'm gonna send you guys over to Amanda. She's playing Final Fantasy 14 online. Final Fantasy 14 online. But I hope you guys had a good time. I'm very glad that we got to play Our Life together. That was very cute. It was one of those games that I'd been seeing stuff about, and I was like, I don't know, maybe I'll play it. And then Kay played it and said it was really good. Of course, thanks for having us. Thanks for being here, especially because I know tonight was a long stream. So y'all are troopers for that. But anyway, I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your evening. I will see you all on Saturday, and enjoy hanging out with Amanda for whatever time you want to hang out post-raid. Anyway, good night!